Chapter 2959. Is that so? However, the third prince indeed has one more leaf than you. If I'm not mistaken, the more leaves one has, the more honorable one's status is. In that case, you're indeed inferior to the third prince. That's because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Yes, that's right. I'm not willing to cultivate. That's why I'm only an 8-leaf cultivator. If I have a cultivation base like old thirds one day, a 9-leaf cultivator will be a piece of cake. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Kai had a look of disdain on his face. I don't think so. If I were a human sovereign, I wouldn't like you, first prince. If I want to pass the throne to the third prince one day, I'll definitely consider him. The third prince is a dragon among men. His cultivation base is extraordinary, and he treats people with generosity. How can you compare to him? You. Shut up. Fu Shu was infuriated by Yang Kai. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Yang Kai. With the protection of the holy tree, he looked fearless. Although Yang Kai was speaking, his hands never stopped attacking Fu Shu's body. He was constantly attacking various parts of Fu Shu's body, but he was still unable to break through the green light's protection. The first prince's attacks were no different from scratching an itch to Yang Kai, and he could completely ignore them. For a time, the two of them fought like street thugs. However, neither of them could defeat the other. All of their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. The man with the goatee sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to care about his words. Just use your saint arts. Your cultivation is inferior to his, and only saint arts will be able to avenge your humiliation." Yang Kai turned his head and snorted coldly. "Old thing, if you keep blabbering, I'll knock your teeth out." The goatee said earnestly, "Young man, you must know how to respect the old and love the young. That depends on the person. People like you who like to show off everywhere. I have to kill dozens of them every day." As they spoke, Fu Shu's incantation sounded again, but he had been reminded by goatee. He no longer entangled himself with Yang Kai and directly cast bloodlust on himself. The timidity and fear in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his eyes were instantly filled with anger and excitement. He laughed loudly. As if there was no one around, he said ferociously, "Brat, you dare to offend this prince. I want you to die. After killing you, I will take good care of that beauty." Bloodlust could affect a person's rationality and cause them to lose some of their judgment, but it was undeniable that it was still very useful in certain special situations. Fu Shu's fear and cowardice were suppressed by the bloodlust. He stared at Yang Kai with his red eyes as if he had become a different person. He roared, "Bind!" All of a sudden, an invisible force pushed out from the void. Like a layer of waves, it bound Yang Kai's raised fist. Yang Kai was unable to smash down. No matter how he struggled, his fist was fixed in the air. He felt that his fist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the more he wanted to attack, the stronger the pulling force became. Yang Kai's expression was stern. The first prince, Fu Shu, was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he was able to achieve such a feat with the help of a so-called saint technique. This was beyond Yang Kai's imagination, and it made him even more wary of this modified witchcraft. Normal wizard techniques could not have such an effect, nor could they do such an unimaginable thing. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and this was the first time he was beaten by someone who was weaker than him. He floated back and was blocked again, but he easily opened up the distance between him and Fu Shu. After succeeding in one move, Fu Shu's confidence increased greatly. He laughed wildly. "Run? Let's see where you can run to. Sword, come." He stretched out his hand, and a green fluorescent light suddenly burst out in the void. The color of the fluorescent light looked exactly the same as the energy protecting Fu Shu, and the fluorescent light quickly gathered in the air, turning into a shocking long sword. Fu Shu pointed his hand, and the long sword slashed down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils shrank, and he instinctively felt the power of this attack. Under the surging of the law of space, several moonblades flew out to meet it. With a rumble, the green long sword destroyed all the moonblades along the way, but after intercepting the last moonblade, it suddenly collapsed. Fushu's body shook, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils, but he did not feel it at all. He raised his hands again and roared, again. Another green light bloomed, and it was still a huge green long sword. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. After a few times, he finally caught a subtle trace. Every time Fushu used the saint technique, it seemed to have a resonance with something in that direction. This resonance was very weak, and if it was not for Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he would not have noticed it. Fushu of the Third Order Dao Source Realm did not have the strength to compete with him, and the only reason he could do this was because he had borrowed power. He had borrowed the power of the Holy Tree, and the direction that resonated with it should be the direction of the Holy Tree. He wanted to see what the hell the so-called Holy Tree was. It actually had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. His divine sense spread out like a tide, causing the void to buzz, and the goatee's face changed again. In an instant, everything in the human sovereign city was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, as if the best artist had painted a picture in his mind. As his divine sense advanced, he could see farther and farther. Suddenly, a barrier blocked in front of him. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and his divine sense crashed into it, causing him to feel dizzy. At this time, the green long sword had already slashed down, and it hit Yang Kai's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Fushu laughed. "You dare to be arrogant, you dare to humiliate me, this is the price you have to pay." He made a hand seal, controlling the green long sword to press down, as if he wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with the myriad sword in hand, he swung it up, and a biting cold sword chi burst out, cutting the green long sword in half. Fushu was stunned, and he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said, "First Prince, is this all you've got? What a joke, show me what you've got, let's see what you can do to me." Fushu was furious, and he shouted, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He suddenly chanted an incantation, but this time, Yang Kai could not tell what kind of wizard spell it was. At the same time, Fushu got into a bow and arrow posture. A green arrow strangely appeared in front of him, and he gently pinched it, placing it on the invisible bow. Chasing the stars and moon, die. Following Fushu's angry roar, the green arrow spun and broke through the barrier of space, leaving a visible vacuum along the way, and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai tilted his head, and the arrow brushed past his temples, cutting off a few strands of black hair that fluttered in the wind. "You still dare to dodge?" Fushu was like an erupting volcano. Without any hesitation, he began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at Yang Kai like meteors. Blood flowed from his nostrils like a flood that had broken through a dam, drenching his clothes and the ground. However, it was as if he didn't notice it at all. His entire being was in an indescribable state of excitement. After 3 to 5 arrows, even his 7 orifices began to bleed. Using saint arts seemed to be a great burden on him. In this world, there was no power that could be obtained for no reason. Even if Fushu was the first prince and was born with the blessing of the Holy Tree, and could use powerful saint arts, with his level in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, he would have to pay a great price to compete with Yang Kai. His unrestrained attacks made it easier for Yang Kai to spy on the source of the saint arts. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Fushu was overjoyed when he saw this, and said naively, "Have you seen this prince's strength? It's too late to kneel and beg for mercy, this prince will make you taste all the torture in the world." As he spoke, he raised his hand again, and a green arrow whistled through the air. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand slightly, and caught the green arrow in his hand. The arrow that contained a powerful force was instantly frozen in front of him, motionless. "How can this be?" Both Yang Kai and Fushu said this at the same time, but one of them had a blank look on his face while the other was filled with shock. "Your aura." Goatee's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai, like a newborn calf, full of confusion. The moment Yang Kai closed his eyes, his aura suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It did not become very powerful, but this aura gave off an extremely ancient feeling, as if he had walked out from a distant time and space. His entire body exuded an indescribable ancient charm. The green arrow collapsed in Yang Kai's hand, and Yang Kai began to chant an incantation. At this moment, he was not the emperor realm, but a wizard king from the southern barbarian tribe of the ancient world. His incantation was even more obscure and ancient than the first prince's. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely difficult to pronounce. You. The first prince was dumbfounded, and he actually forgot to continue attacking. He pointed at Yang Kai, as if he had seen something impossible. Goatee's body also shook violently, and he was completely dumbfounded. A small fire snake suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real creature, and it kept rolling in the air. Holy technique! Goatee cried out in surprise, almost biting his own tongue, but he quickly denied his own judgment. This was not a holy technique, because the fire snake did not have the green light that was unique to holy techniques, but the entire casting process was almost identical to a holy technique. So this is a holy technique. Yang Kai's lips curled up. He could clearly feel that he had established a connection with something in the human sovereign city, and this connection was only established after he had transformed into the Wizard King. After using the wizard technique, this connection became much stronger. Chapter 2960. The small fire serpent rolled nimbly in the air, but it brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Fushu was already stunned. He stared blankly at the fire serpent, completely forgetting that he was still in the middle of a battle. The goatee shouted, "First Prince, this is not a saint art. Don't be blinded by his tricks. Is this really not a saint art?" Fushu turned his head and asked. The goatee was so angry that his beard was in a mess. He reiterated again, "This old man guarantees with my life that this is definitely not a saint art. It just looks similar to a saint art. There is nothing to be afraid of." Fushu was shocked when he heard this. He shouted angrily, "I was wondering how someone as insignificant as you could perform a saint art. It turns out that you were just lying to me. You're dead meat." He wanted to draw his bow again, but Yang Kai had already flicked his finger. The fire serpent straightened up and shot towards him like an arrow. Fushu turned a deaf ear to the fire serpent's attack. He knew that the saint tree would provide him with strong protection. Any attack from Yang Kai could not do anything to him, just like the situation before. The fire serpent did not seem to be very powerful. It was just a very ordinary fire serpent technique. In ancient times, even a wizard could perform a wizard technique. With a boom, the fire serpent hit Fushu, but it produced an unexpected effect. The protective green light that appeared on the surface of Fushu's body was broken by the fire serpent. Although the fire serpent disappeared at the same time, the scattered sparks splashed all over Fushu's body. He was so hot that he screamed. The goatee narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Fushu was the first prince. He was protected by the holy tree in Renhuang City, and only those with 8-leaf bodies and above were qualified to hurt him. However, this inexplicable outsider had actually done it. This was simply beyond his scope of understanding. He could not figure out why this was the case. And why did that secret technique look exactly the same as the saint trees? Other than the fact that it did not have the power of the holy tree attached to it, it was simply a saint art from another template. I also need the protection of the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at the first prince with a smile. Nonsense. Fushu extinguished the sparks on his body. He cursed angrily, "You?" Whether it's nonsense or not, the first prince can see for himself. As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and another flame serpent appeared in front of him. Then another, a third, a fourth. You. Fushu was shocked beyond words. "Why don't you chant the incantation?" "Why do I need to chant?" Yang Kai continued to cast his wizard spell. It was still the simple fire snake spell. "Of course we have to chant the incantation to cast the sacred spell." Fushu found it hard to accept that his common sense had been broken. Yang Kai sneered, "How can trash like you be compared to this young master? This young master's saint arts are at my fingertips." While they were talking, a dense flame serpent had appeared in front of him. It was as if a snake cave had been destroyed. As time passed, the newly appeared fire snakes also underwent some changes. A trace of green appeared on top of the flame serpents. Although it was not very eye-catching, there was no doubt that it was green. The green color became more and more intense. The last few fire snakes that appeared were almost all dark green in color. Yang Kai finally stopped. He looked at Fushu with a smile. "See, I told you that I also have the protection of the holy tree." Hiss. Goatee gasped, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations. This outsider had actually obtained the protection of the holy tree and cast the sacred spell that was imbued with the power of the holy tree. It was impossible for the third prince to get him to join them. It could even be said that this person's arrival was enough to set off a storm in the human sovereign city. It might even change the current situation in the human sovereign city. He no longer had any thoughts of roping in Yang Kai. He was only thinking about how to retreat. On the other side, Fu Shu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The huge emotional change caused a series of chain reactions. First, the bloodlust technique had reached its limit and was cancelled. Then, the after-effects of using the sacred spell broke out. Fu Shu screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with his hand, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. His qi and blood were weakened to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. He wailed loudly and asked for help, but who could help at this time? The enemy who was fighting with him before was the first to fall. Yang Kai curled his lips and was too lazy to add insult to injury. He did not care about Fu Shu at all. He only relied on the power of the holy tree to deal with him. Now that Yang Kai was also on the same starting line, Fu Shu was no longer a concern. He turned his head and looked at Goatee with a smile. The latter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He said bitterly, "Could it be, you are a lost member of the royal family?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Your imagination is a little too rich." "Then why can you use the power of the holy tree?" Goatee could not understand this. "Who told you that only the royal family can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai sneered. Goatee was startled. When he thought about it carefully, this deep-rooted idea was completely based on the common sense he had received since he was young. It seemed that no one had ever said that only the royal family could be protected by the holy tree and use the power of the holy tree. No one had ever doubted this statement. Goatee suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He faintly felt that a big secret was about to be revealed in front of him and reveal the truth. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Old man, you are a traitor. Why are you asking this? Do you have any ideas?" Goatee was shocked and angry at the same time. "Don't talk nonsense." While speaking, he looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by someone. Yang Kai sneered, "Go back and tell your master not to bother me in the future. I have no intention of provoking anyone and have no intention of being enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally wandered here. When we find a way out, we will leave. If anyone dares to trouble us." Tumph's Goatee was relieved. He nodded and said, "This old man will definitely pass on your words. As for what decision the third prince will make, it is not something this old man can interfere with. I also know that you don't have the ability to interfere. Go away." Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goatee immediately ran away. How could he dare to stay here? Fu Shu was still wailing. His voice was very miserable. In the sky not far away, Zhu Qing was fighting a bloody battle with more than 30 cultivator. Although these 30 cultivators were strengthened by Fu Shu's bloodlust and life chains and could fight together, how could they be a match for a dragon race? The bloodthirst art only stimulated their blood vitality, making their flesh and blood stronger and fiercer. Even if it could increase their strength, it couldn't increase it by too much. As for the life chains, it could only allow their life force to coexist and increase their resistance to attacks. Their offensive ability was still maintained at their original level. Zhu Qing could easily deal with them. The situation was very one-sided, but because of the life chains, Zhu Qing still had a hard time dealing with them. Yang Kai raised his hand and the fire snakes that had been floating in front of him flew over and hit the crowd. The life chains that connected their blood and chi power and life force were instantly punctured like balloons by countless fiery snakes. Their strength was completely drained. The life chains were dispelled and the connection was broken. The 30 cultivators were suddenly caught in Zhu Qing's violent energy field and were instantly injured. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Normal life chains couldn't be dispelled so easily, but Fushu's wizard technique was supported by the power of the sacred tree. Yang Kai used the same source of energy to interfere, so the life chains broke on its own. Zhu Qing was too lazy to chase after the enemy suddenly became so weak. Bullying such weak people was a disgrace to the dragon race. She flew to Yang Kai's side and looked at Fushu, who was lying in a pool of blood. She said in disgust, "How is this person still alive?" Yang Kai was shocked. "You still want to kill them? Women are really the most poisonous." Zhu Qing coldly snorted, "This kind of trash, what's the point of letting him live?" "You're right." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked somewhere in the crowd. "Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long, isn't it time to come out?" "You heard it, if you don't come out, my mistress will kill the crown prince. Don't cry when that happens." As Yang Kai's voice fell, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the crown prince. This person was very tall, but he was very thin, as if he was malnourished. He stood there like a bamboo pole and was very conspicuous. Fushu, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw this person. He pointed at him and said, You are." The thin bamboo pole didn't say a word. He bent down and stuffed a spirit pill into Fushu's mouth, then knocked him out with a palm. He reached out and lifted Fushu up, then turned around and looked coldly at Yang Kai. "Oh, a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had long known that the human sovereign city had a strong foundation, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to see a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master so quickly. The thin bamboo pole's aura was extremely strong, not any weaker than Azure Sun Temple Master Wen Zishan or Star Soul Palace's Xiao Yuyang. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master Wen, Elder Xiao, and the others. If they really fought, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat him. Of course, in the human sovereign city, with the protection of the holy tree, it shouldn't be a problem to crush him. He was now the target of the holy tree's protection. He had been constantly using the fire snake technique to establish a connection with the holy tree. The holy tree wasn't protecting the imperial family, it was only protecting the wizard. When he saw the crown prince use the wizard technique before, Yang Kai had some guesses. In order to confirm his guess, he used the power of the wizard. Chapter 2961. The facts proved that his guess was correct. When he used the first fire serpent technique, there was indeed a trace of resonance between him and the sacred tree, forming a subtle connection. After repeatedly using it, this connection became even more firm. That's why he was able to get the protection of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that the Fushu and the Goatee knew. The so-called holy technique was just a wizard technique that was supported by another power. People in the human sovereign city thought that the holy tree was protecting the royal family, so the royal family was inviolable here. They had a lot of privileges, and no one could resist them. But in fact, it was probably because in the human sovereign city, only the royal family was a wizard, so they could establish a resonance and connection with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree. Except for the royal family, other people couldn't practice wizard techniques, or they were prevented from practicing wizard techniques. This should be a means of control by the human sovereign city. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what the holy tree was, and why it could protect the wizard and be used by the wizard. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yang Kai couldn't find the answer for the time being, unless he saw the so-called holy tree with his own eyes. But this was easier said than done. Since the holy tree was so special and important, it must be protected by the human sovereign city. It would be harder for him to see it than to go to the sky. He put his thoughts on the thin bamboo in front of him, smiled and said, "Let me guess, the first prince and the third prince have appeared. Are you the second prince's people?" No, you shouldn't be the second prince's people, although I don't know if there is such a person." The thin bamboo looked silent and said lightly, "Why do you say that?" His voice was as thin as his body. It sounded dry. It was like he hadn't drunk a sip of water for decades. Yang Kai snorted. Since ancient times, the royal family has no kinship. There must be a fierce struggle between the princes. If you are really the second prince's people, I'm afraid you can't wait for the first prince to die and be reincarnated. Why would you be so kind to save him? The spirit pill you gave him just now was pretty good. So that's the case, it seems that you have some observation skills. Thin Bamboo slightly nodded. You are right, I am not the second prince's people. Then who do you work for? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. The Thin Bamboo said, by the order of the human sovereign. Please enter the palace. Human sovereignty. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhu Qing. Madam, do you think we should go? Zhu Qing said, it's up to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly and chuckled. Let me ask you something first. If I hit the first prince, the human sovereign won't do anything to me, right? The Thin Bamboo pole said, human sovereign's mind, as a subordinate, I will not try to figure it out, I only follow orders, please. While speaking, he turned sideways and assumed an inviting posture. Yang Kai said to Zhu Qing, it seems that we have to go. I also have some questions to ask him. Let's go then. Zhu Qing nodded. Lead the way. Yang Kai gestured at Thin Bamboo with his mouth. Thin Bamboo did not say a word. His figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed him. The black puppy ran out of nowhere and barked for a while. It jumped into Zhu Qing's arms. During the fight just now, this little guy was nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight was over, it immediately showed up. Human Sovereign City was huge, and Thin Bamboo was clearly a noble as well. Yang Kai had noticed the 5 leaves symbol on his clothes. The 5 leaves symbol was far inferior to the first prince and the third prince, but it was still a symbol of power. According to Goatee, only a 6-leaf cultivator was qualified to mobilize the power of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that could crush everything. There was only a fine line between the 5 leaves and the 6 leaves. Yang Kai estimated that in Human Sovereign City, all the true relatives of the royal family should have at least a 6-leaf cultivator, like Thin Bamboo. Their cultivation base was profound, but they did not have the royal bloodline. 5-leaf was the peak, and there was no room for improvement. He was a 3-layer sovereign. In the outside world, he would definitely be the sect master of a top sect or a tyrant. However, in Human Sovereign City, he was a servant. In Human Sovereign City, the commoners and nobles were distinguished by whether they had leaves or whether they had leaves. The true nobles and the powerhouses under their command were distinguished by the number of leaves. This was a method of control. Yang Kai did not agree, nor did he want to criticize it. He only felt that the human sovereign was really petty. His first impression of Thin Bamboo was much worse. The reason why the human sovereign summoned him was probably because he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize its power. His appearance and actions had shaken the foundation of Human Sovereign City's rule. He was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing ripples on the surface and attracting the attention of the overlord of the lake. Yang Kai estimated that if he refused the summons of the Human Sovereign City, he would immediately be ostracized and hunted down by the entire Human Sovereign City. Therefore, no matter what, he could not refuse the summons. Since he could not refuse, he could only go with the flow. However, this trip would not be too peaceful. He had to be more vigilant. In Human Sovereign City, only the nobles could fly in the air. No matter how high the cultivation base of a leafless cultivator was, he had to walk obediently on the ground. Thin Bamboo had a 5-leaf body and seemed to be an expert by the human sovereign's side. Naturally, he was qualified to fly. He flew all the way, and the people in front of him retreated. The nobles were inferior to Thin Bamboo. Yang Kai soon noticed that a 6-leaf body was rare. At the very least, he had not seen one along the way. Most of the nobles were below the 3-leaf stage. There were very few people above the 3-leaf stage. In comparison, Thin Bamboo's 5-leaf body was superior. The only difference between him, the first prince, and the third prince was that he could not mobilize the power of the holy tree. Because he was not born in the royal family, he could not cultivate the wizard's spell, and he could not be protected by the holy tree. The palace was located in the center of the human sovereign city. There were many palaces and occupied a large area. It was the direction where Yang Kai had felt the resonance earlier. It was also the direction where the holy tree provided the power. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the holy tree, but all he could see was a hazy mist, as if it was shrouded in some kind of powerful spirit array, making it impossible for him to see inside. What had blocked his divine sense from probing before should be this spirit array. Not long after, thin bamboo flew down and landed in front of a palace. The palace was very magnificent and seemed to be very old. Standing outside the palace, a desolate and ancient aura rushed to his face as if it was telling the passage of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Kai's face turned serious. Thin bamboo handed the first prince, who had been in his hand, to the guard standing outside the palace. He turned his head and said, "Both of you can go in. The master of the human sovereign city is inside." Smiling, Kai Yang asked, "Could it be a trap? Are there hundreds of executioners waiting for us to enter so that they can chop us up?" Thin bamboo said with an expressionless face, "Is this a joke? It doesn't sound funny." Yang Kai shrugged. "That's because you don't have a sense of humor." Thin bamboo said, "The master of the human sovereign city is supreme. If he really wants to deal with you, he doesn't need any trap. We are all in the emperor realm. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai curled his lips and stepped into the palace. Thin bamboo pointed to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Leave the beast." Woof. The black puppy barked at Thin bamboo. It was obviously annoyed. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, "Bow Wow won't stay. The human sovereign palace is not a place that anyone can enter, let alone a beast. Please don't make it difficult for me." Thin bamboo stepped in front of the two people. Yang Kai sneered. "You said that the human sovereign city summoned us, and now you are stopping us here. Are you going to let us in or not?" The thin bamboo pole opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but suddenly he tilted his ear to listen. Apparently someone was transmitting a message to him. A moment later, he flashed and opened up a path for him. "This is the way to treat guests." Yang Kai smiled and walked side by side with Zhu Qing. From the outside, the human emperor palace was dimly lit, as if nothing could be seen. But once inside, it was brightly lit. More than a dozen huge pillars stood around, as if they were connecting heaven and earth. Luminous pearls decorated the place, and a soft light enveloped the entire palace. Pairs of eyes suddenly swept from all around. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in the human sovereign palace. He glanced around and soon found a familiar figure in the crowd. He smiled and said, "Third Prince, hello. We meet again so soon. Thank you for taking care of me before." The third prince snorted coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. The people in the palace were all 6-leaf cultivators or above. In other words, they were all relatives of the emperor. They were all powerful great wizards, old and young, male and female. There weren't many 9-leaf cultivators, only 2 of them. Other than the third prince, there was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The 2 of them stood at the top of the palace, just below the dragon throne. The rest of the people were lined up beside them. What surprised Yang Kai was that this beautiful woman was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than 20 wizards, and their cultivations varied. There was not a single 3-layer Emperor Realm Master in the palace. There was a huge dragon throne in the middle of the room. It was big enough for a person to lie on it without feeling small. On the dragon throne, a slightly fat elderly man was sitting upright. He didn't look very tall. Sitting on the dragon throne, he looked a little round, which made him look a little funny. However, the aura emanating from his body surprised Yang Kai. Before coming here, he had been secretly guessing the cultivation of the human sovereign. The special situation in the city made him understand that as long as he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree, his own cultivation was secondary. Therefore, he vaguely guessed that the cultivation of the human sovereign shouldn't be too high. It shouldn't be at the level of the great emperors. It was because of this that he dared to come to the human sovereign palace and meet the human sovereign. If the other party was really one of the great emperors, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, after seeing the human sovereign, Yang Kai realized that he was too naive. The human sovereign wasn't any great emperors. He wasn't even a 3-layer emperor realm master. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a second-order emperor realm master, and it was extremely superficial. Chapter 2962. The ruler of the human sovereign city, the supreme person, was only a second-order emperor realm master. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect this either and couldn't help but be a little stunned. She was an existence comparable to a third-order emperor realm master, so she could see through the human sovereign at a glance. A second-order cultivation was laughable in her eyes. Moreover, the human sovereign was obviously old. Although she didn't know how old he was, his vitality had already begun to decline. In other words, the second-order emperor realm was his peak, and there was no room for improvement. Moreover, his cultivation would gradually decline with the passage of time. The faintness of his aura was the best proof of this. "How dare you? In the name of the human sovereign, why don't you kneel?" A delicate shout rang out. It was the beautiful woman standing at the top of the right-hand side who took the lead. In the entire hall, only she and the third prince were 9-leaf cultivators, but her cultivation was 1 realm higher than the third prince's. She had the strength of a second-order emperor realm master. It could be said that she was the most powerful among all the members of the imperial family. Although the human sovereign's cultivation was the same as hers, his strength had begun to decline. However, she was different. She was the flowing time great emperor at the peak of her life, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. If she had the opportunity, it was not impossible for her to reach the third-order emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted coldly. "The rules of your human sovereign city are really strange. You have to kneel to anyone you see, but why don't I see you kneeling to me?" The beautiful woman took a step forward, her face cold. A powerful aura pressed down on Yang Kai. "This queen is the second princess of the human sovereign city. Do you think you can afford to kneel to me?" Yang Kai remained unmoved and said proudly, "Bullshit princes and princesses are like floating clouds to me. In my eyes, whoever has the bigger fist can stand up straight and talk. Even the first prince was beaten like a dead dog by me, let alone you, the second princess." The second princess narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and flashed with a dangerous light. "So, you think your fist is big?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously and sneered, "At least your chest is bigger than mine." The group of princes and princesses chuckled. They thought this outsider had a sharp tongue. The second princess was proud of her high cultivation and did not take any of the royal family seriously. She did not even look at the princes who were ranked at the top. It was a pity that she was born a woman, which was a shortcoming. If she were a man, she would have been the next successor to the human sovereignty. However, as a woman, she did not have enough capital to be proud. Her butt was not round. Her chest wasn't big, and other than her face, there wasn't anything else worth praising. Yang Kai's words hit the second princess where it hurt. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kneel down." As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A mass of green light shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. The shape of a palm appeared above his head and pressed down fiercely, as if trying to force Yang Kai to kneel on the ground with brute force. "I think you're the one who should kneel." Yang Kai snorted coldly and reached out to pull Zhu Qing behind him. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand, and a ball of dark green light bloomed. This light was not as big as the second princess's, but it was undoubtedly much brighter and more condensed. All the royal family members in the palace changed their expressions. The light shot up and melted into Bai Lu's palm. Under everyone's gaze, the palm suddenly changed direction and pressed towards the second princess. At first glance, it looked as if the second princess had cast the saint spell to deal with herself. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He quietly looked up and saw that the human sovereignty's expression did not change. She sat there with half-closed eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. A mountain-like pressure fell from the sky, and the second princess's face suddenly became very ugly. A creaking sound came from her body, and her body slowly shrank. She resisted with all her might, constantly urging her power to resonate with the saint tree. However, there seemed to be another invisible force interfering with her, so she could not establish a connection with the saint tree. She could only rely on her own strength to hold on. She finally experienced the feeling of being oppressed by a saint spell. The man opposite her was obviously not as strong as her, but he could use a saint spell to play with her in the palm of his hand. An unprecedented sense of shame welled up in her heart, and her face turned red. She could only grit her teeth and shout, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help." Many of the royal family members in shock suddenly came to their senses. Just as they were about to intervene, Zhu Qing suddenly said lightly, "Let's see who dares to move." At this point, a huge red dragon suddenly spread out from her body. The red dragon was more than 30 feet long, and it hovered in the palace. Its huge body almost filled half of the human sovereignty palace, and a thick dragon aura overflowed in all directions, making people feel cold and breathless. Above the dragon's head high, 2 huge dragon eyes reflected everything, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Everyone was stunned, and looked at the huge dragon's shadow in a daze, and there was a series of gulping sounds. The human sovereignty, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally opened her half-closed eyes. Her seemingly turbid eyes bloomed with amazing light, and she looked up to meet the dragon's eyes. In an instant, there was a surge of spiritual power in the palace. The red dragon raised its head and roared, creating a deafening sound, and the strong wind it set off blew a few of the weaker members of the royal family away. The full activation of the dragon race's origin force allowed Zhu Qing's strength to directly surpass the third-layer emperor realm. Even if these royal family members were protected by the holy tree, they could not do anything. The second princess, who was struggling to hold on, was even more embarrassed. Yang Kai had already cut off her connection with the holy tree, and now that she was hit by the dragon's aura, her body was lowered, and one of her knees touched the ground. Her face instantly turned snow-white, and a huge sense of shame filled her heart, making her experience a feeling worse than death. The human sovereignty city had stood tall for more than 100,000 years, and the royal family had long developed a superior character. It had always been the commoners who knelt to the royal family, and this was the first time in history that a royal family member had knelt to a commoner. Yang Kai did not continue to pressure her, and turned to look at the human sovereignty, saying, "Master, what do you say? If you continue to watch, I'm afraid your daughter will really kneel to me. Although it's not that I don't deserve her kneeling, bullying a woman is not something to be proud of. What's the saying again? A good man doesn't fight with women." The human sovereignty slowly stood up, and a voice that was not too loud rang out in the human sovereignty palace, "This emperor has not taught his daughter well. Guest, please stop." When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had never spoken so politely to anyone in the human sovereignty city. Usually, even to their children, it was extremely dignified. When had it ever been so gentle? A strange look flashed in the third prince's eyes, as if he had guessed something. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in his eyes had completely changed. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a day, the guy he had looked down on in the space array had become so powerful. Yang Kai looked at the human sovereignty with a smile. He did not stop, nor did he say anything. He just stood there, frozen. The red dragon that filled half of the palace slightly raised its head, and the dragon's power grew stronger. A trace of annoyance flashed through the emperor's eyes, but he didn't flare up. Instead, he turned to look at the second princess and said, "Fu Yu, your words and actions are improper. You've offended this emperor's guest. Quickly apologize." "Father." The second princess called Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the human sovereignty incredulously. When she met the human sovereignty's dignified and angry eyes, her eyes trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Yu was blind. I offended you. Master, please don't blame me." Her tone was extremely stiff, especially when she said the word master. Obviously, she had never done such a thing, and had never addressed anyone as such. Yang Kai laughed. "Since the human sovereignty has spoken, of course I have to give you face. Qing accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to withdraw his sorcery. The dark green palm that had been pressing down on Fu Yu's head suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The red dragon that filled half of the hall also collapsed like a bubble. The draconic aura dissipated, and the many members of the royal family heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Yu slowly got up and lowered her head. No one could see her expression and eyes, but her trembling body showed that she was extremely restless. "Give her a seat." The human sovereignty raised his hand. Immediately, someone brought two extremely luxurious chairs from the inner hall and placed them not far from the dragon throne. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "There's no need to sit. I think the master of the human sovereignty has a lot of things to ask me, and I also have something to ask the master." The human sovereignty did not force him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do have something to ask you." Yang Kai put on a listening posture. The human sovereignty said, "Where are you from?" "The astral world. I wonder if the master has heard of it." The human sovereignty nodded. "Of course I have. The city of human sovereignty has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There have been outsiders coming in one after another. I don't know when it started, but the people who came in claimed to be from the astral world. It seems like you are too." Yang Kai smiled. "You call this place the reincarnation world, and there is a spatial intersection with the astral world. Naturally, those who can come in are from the astral world." The human sovereignty said again, "How did you enter the city of human sovereignty? As far as I know, no one should have opened the spatial array for you, because that person was killed by you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The master is very well informed. You found out in just half a day? Since someone died, of course we have to investigate carefully." Yang Kai suddenly shook his head. "I think this is very unfair. Only the master asks questions, and I am responsible for answering. It's not worth it. Why don't we take turns asking, each of us one question? If we can answer, we answer. If we can't, we ask another question. How does that sound?" Many members of the royal family were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone haggle with the human emperor. Furthermore, they had said it so confidently. However, the human emperor did not show any signs of anger. He only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As you wish." The third prince's eyes were even more surprised. Chapter 2963. "So, it's my turn now?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. "Where are the couple that came with me to the city of human sovereign? Are they dead or alive?" The human sovereign smiled. "That's two questions." Yang Kai shrugged. "The first one doesn't count. They're still alive. How did you enter the city of human sovereign through the space array without the seal of human sovereign?" Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the void in front of him. The void suddenly collapsed, as if someone had moved a piece of a puzzle. Although it quickly recovered, it could still be considered a miraculous feat. The human sovereign looked enlightened. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai said, "How does the master of human sovereign want to deal with that couple?" "Kill them." Yang Kai was stunned. "What's the meaning of this?" "Steward Liao died at my hands, and that couple just happened to be there at the right time. They didn't even help, so why should I kill them?" "Master, you don't take human lives seriously, do you?" The human sovereign looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly. You ask first." The human sovereign's gaze suddenly turned to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms. "This beast is a demon?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Although its bloodline isn't pure, it is without a doubt a demon." As soon as he said this, the faces of the royal family in the hall changed greatly. They all looked at the black puppy in horror, and then looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with vigilance. Yang Kai said, "Can you answer my question now?" The human sovereign said, "Knowing the truth and not reporting it is the reason for their deaths." Yang Kai sneered, "Master, you're so impressive. Looks like you care a lot about those two. As far as I know, you didn't even ask for their names, right? Not to mention any friendship. I don't know their names, but I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. It's always unsettling." "You're kind." The human sovereign nodded slightly, his eyes like lightning, suddenly looked at Yang Kai. "You're from the demon race?" Yang Kai sneered, "If I was from the demon race, I would have already overturned this human sovereign palace. Why would I be standing here talking nonsense with you? I don't think so either. However, there's always a possibility. We have to ask clearly. You, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and I have no intentions of your human sovereign city. What do I have to do to those two people? The mortal emperor spoke indifferently. All of you can leave mortal emperor city and are forever forbidden from taking a single step into the city. Then, I'll release them. Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as I can find a way back, I'll leave immediately. Who wants to stay in your human sovereign city? If you want us to leave, that's fine. Master, please show us the way. The human sovereign shook his head. It's easy to enter the reincarnation world, but difficult to leave. This world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to leave. If we can enter, we can leave. As long as we find a suitable way, Master, if you really want us to leave early, don't keep it to yourself. The human sovereign shook his head slowly. I really don't know. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that the human sovereign didn't seem to be lying. It was meaningless to continue asking, so he could only sigh. I can understand Master's feelings of wanting us to leave. But if there's no way out, where should we go after we leave? Although the reincarnation world isn't big, it's not small either. With your strength, even if you encounter the demon race, you may be able to fight back. Other than the human sovereign city, you can go anywhere you want. Yang Kai curled his lips. Master, you're being too irresponsible. If that's the case, then we'll have to stay in the human sovereign city for a while longer. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then I'll have to fight you with all my strength. I hope the two of you are mentally prepared to go to hell together. As he finished speaking, a circle of dazzling green light suddenly erupted from his body. He seemed to have become hundreds of years younger, and an aggressive sense of oppression came crashing down. Yang Kai frowned. He instinctively felt that this old man was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he seemed to have established an unbreakable connection with the sacred tree. He was able to mobilize an unimaginable amount of power, giving people a feeling that he was invincible. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. The princes and princesses around them all felt the same way. They all stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing covetously. The dragon Yuan in Zhu Qing's body churned under the influence of their auras. Her face turned cold. Yang Kai patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He smiled. Master, don't be so nervous. It's not impossible for us to leave the human sovereign city, as long as Master agrees to two of my conditions. The human sovereign raised his forehead. Speak. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, let go of those two unrelated people. They have no intention of disobeying you. The human sovereign said, it doesn't matter whether they die or not. What matters is your decision. Yang Kai smiled, then I'll take that as a yes. The second condition. I want to see the sacred tree. How dare you? The third prince and the second princess shouted in unison, as if they had been insulted. Kai Yang glanced at them coldly. Is this request so difficult to fulfill? How is this impudent? The second princess said, the sacred tree is the foundation of the human sovereign city. Only the royal family can approach it. Who are you to make such an unreasonable request? She turned to the human sovereign and said, Father, I beg you to kill this person with evil intentions. She had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and lost all her face. She had been looking for an opportunity to get back at him. Now that the opportunity had come, she naturally couldn't wait to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai. Although this couple looked very strong, but in the human sovereign city, the royal family was the strongest. As long as the human sovereign made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The human sovereign didn't seem to hear Fu Yu's words. He just looked at Yang Kai with a deep gaze. What do you want? Yang Kai shrugged. Just pure curiosity. I just want to know what the sacred tree is. Why can it provide such a powerful force? The human sovereign said, what if I don't agree? Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly stopped and said coldly, then we'll shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. Let's see if the royal family is stronger, or us husband and wife. No matter what, I'm going to see the sacred tree. Shameless boasting. Fu Yu was furious. Father, I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll definitely let this brat know the power of the royal family. Yang Kai glanced at her. You're making a fool of yourself. Do you want me to teach you a lesson again and teach you how to behave? Fu Yu was fuming, her chest heaving up and down violently. She couldn't wait to fight with Yang Kai right now to save her face. Even if she couldn't beat him, it was better than being bullied by him. But without the human sovereign's order, she didn't dare to act rashly. Do you have to see it? The human sovereign suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled. Master, please fulfill this small wish of mine. The human sovereign closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Answer one more question. Yang Kai nodded. Go ahead. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. How can you use the sacred art? How can you mobilize the power of the sacred tree? Yang Kai chuckled. Master, you should have already guessed it. Why bother asking? Although I have guessed it, I can't believe it. As far as I know, the ancient wizard's path of sorcery should have long been extinct in the astral plane. How can you use it? I learned a trick or two by chance. Don't show off in front of an expert, master. The human sovereign shook his head slowly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. But other than this explanation, he couldn't think of a better one. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, the sacred tree didn't protect the royal family. It only protected the wizard. In the entire human sovereign city, only the royal family could use the power of the sacred tree to cultivate the wizard's path and become a great wizard. That was why the royal family was so special in the human sovereign city. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one from the astral plane had entered the human sovereign city. There were detailed records of every outsider who entered the human sovereign city, and those records were almost the history of the entire astral plane's development. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth had gradually replaced the wizard's path of sorcery with martial arts. The ancient wizard's path of sorcery had indeed long been extinct, but with Yang Kai as a living example, the human sovereign couldn't take it seriously. I can fulfill your request. I hope you can keep your promise. The human sovereign finally agreed. He wasn't very willing to fight with Yang Kai. They could both use the sacred art and mobilize the power of the sacred tree. If they really fought, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. Not to mention that the woman wasn't an ordinary person. She seemed to be the legendary dragon race. The sacred art was enough to suppress the average third-layer emperor realm, but it was still somewhat lacking when facing the real dragon race. The second princess seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She knew that the human sovereign had already made a decision, and it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Master, please rest assured. I have always been a man of my word. Of course, I also hope that the master won't make things difficult for the couple anymore, and will release them as soon as possible. The human sovereign nodded slightly and said, Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked out. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stepped forward to follow, and the other princes and princesses followed closely behind. The second princess looked at Yang Kai's back with resentment in her eyes, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces, but there was nothing she could do. The third prince walked to her side and quietly transmitted his voice. Father has made a decision. Why are you in such a hurry? Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She stared at the third prince in surprise and replied, Third brother, you mean? The third prince walked past her and said, I didn't say anything. The second princess's eyes lit up. She was excited and vaguely looking forward to it. The sacred tree was located in the deepest part of the palace and was guarded by powerhouses. However, there were more than a dozen guards on the surface, and all of them were from the emperor realm, not to mention the powerful auras hidden in the dark. The human sovereign led the crowd forward, and the guards came forward to salute him. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, they were puzzled, not knowing who these two people were. Chapter 2964. These guards guarded this place all year round and were not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of the holy tree. Over the years, they had not seen anyone other than the royal family come here. But today, they saw two of them, and the human sovereign had brought them here personally. Naturally, They could not help but be concerned. There was a thick fog in front of them that seemed to be able to block the probing of divine telekinesis. It blocked their vision and prevented them from seeing what was going on inside. The human sovereign stopped and pointed to the front. "The holy tree is over there. If you want to see it, you can go in and take a look." Yang Kai stared at the rolling fog and smiled. He turned to Zhu Qing and said, "Wait for me. I'll be out soon. Be careful." Zhu Qing warned. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she and Yang Kai were not pushovers, it was easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. There was no harm in being cautious. "Don't worry." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped inside, but after taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Although she knew that this was the effect of the array, she could not help but be a little wary. "Are you a holy spirit of the dragon race?" the human sovereign suddenly asked. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the fog in front of her as if she did not hear him. The human sovereign did not mind. He just smiled and said, "There are no holy spirits in the reincarnation world, but there are many records in the ancient books. It is said that the dragon race is the leader of all creatures and is extremely arrogant. Why would you mix with a mortal? You've disgraced the dragon race for no reason. Also, I see that your relationship with that person seems to be a little unusual. If someone like you were outside, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me." Zhu Qing suddenly turned her head and looked at the human sovereign seriously. The human sovereign's eyes darkened. Many of the royal princes and princesses were also angry. No one had ever dared to speak to the human sovereign in such a manner. It was as if they had no respect for the human sovereign. "That's why you'd better watch your words. Since you know about the dragon race, you should know about the dragon race's temperament," Zhu Qing said. She turned around and stared into the fog again. The human sovereign was silent for a while before he chuckled. "The dragon race's pride is well deserved." He suddenly crooked his hand slightly, and a green light shot out from the fog in front of him. It turned into a rope and tied Zhu Qing up. "Although the dragon race is strong, it's still not enough in front of me." Zhu Qing's expression became extremely cold. She lowered her head and looked at the bondage on her body. She looked up and said, "I hope you know what you are doing." The human sovereign laughed coldly and said, "Of course I know what I am doing. The human sovereign city has been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It is us, the royal family, who have protected the human race and allowed them to have a place in this world. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Your friend is the biggest accident. If she is an accident, she must be eliminated. So you led us here so that it would be easier for you to kill her?" The human sovereign sighed and said, "My methods are indeed despicable, but I have to think about the human race. I hope you can understand. Here, the royal family can use all of their power. But you don't have to worry. With someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld, you won't be too lonely." Zhu Qing did not speak. She just roared. She turned around and suddenly became a 300-foot-long red dragon. The power of the dragon filled the air and shook everything. The green ropes binding her did not break. The ropes seemed to be extremely tough and could change size at will. Even if Zhu Qing showed her Holy Spirit true form immediately, she was still bound tightly. The green light on her red body was particularly eye-catching. The expressions of the many princes and princesses changed. They all used their saint techniques to attack the red dragon. Sparks flew when they hit the tough scales. The guards, both in the open and in the dark, were also deployed. There were about 16 strong cultivators from the Emperor realm in total. The 2 in the lead were third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Their attacks were powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas. Even though Zhu Qing's divine technique was excellent, she was instantly surrounded and beaten up. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Among the princes and princesses, the second princess was the most ruthless. She seemed to want to pay back the humiliation she had suffered at Yang Kai. The black puppy fearlessly rushed out from the side and took advantage of Fu Yu's unpreparedness to bite her thigh. It bared its teeth and shook its head, looking as if it was going to bite off a piece of flesh from her thigh. "Get lost." Fu Yu was furious. She slammed her palm down. With her powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation and the power of the holy tree, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. However, the black puppy was extremely agile. It dodged the attack in a flash and bit off the clothes on Fu Yu's leg, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Fu Yu was so angry that her nose became crooked. She no longer cared about Xu Qing and wanted to kill the black puppy. The human sovereign stood there with cold sweat on his face. After the first attack, he did not make another move. In his opinion, although the dragon race was strong, the combined power of the imperial family and the guards here was enough to kill the red dragon. What he needed to deal with now was the guy who could use saint techniques. Turning his head, the human sovereign's gaze became piercingly cold. He had never considered letting Yang Kai observe the holy tree. He had only lured him here to make it easier to deal with him. The closer he was to the holy tree, the more power he could exert. In the fog, it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was able to follow this omnipresent feeling and move forward. He could feel the location of the holy tree. This feeling was very familiar to him, as if he had experienced something similar before. The closer he got, the more obvious this feeling became. Finally, after passing through layers of obstacles, Yang Kai arrived in front of a towering tree. The thick fog seemed to suddenly disperse, revealing everything around him. This was an extremely majestic and huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves were dense and spread out like a crown. Looking up, the branches and leaves covered the entire sky. The huge crown of the tree was like an infinitely wide chest, able to provide strong and powerful protection, blocking out all wind and rain. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He stared at the towering ancient tree in a daze. His thoughts were whirling. The sound of battle rang in his ears, and the scene of flesh and blood splattered in front of him. His lips trembled slightly. He reached forward and touched the trunk of the tree. A familiar feeling enveloped him. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. How could it be you? Senior Qing. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient world. The scene of the first time he came to Snowfrost City and saw Qing was still vivid in his mind. Back then, in Snowfrost City, the royal city of the Snowfrost tribe, the evergreen divine tree stood tall on the ground, protecting the entire city from natural and man-made disasters. On the final battlefield of the Great War between the human race and the demon race, it supported the last hope of the human race with its own strength. This familiar aura and the countless tree holes on the trunk were exactly the same as the evergreen divine tree. It could be said that they were exactly the same. This was definitely the evergreen divine tree. Yang Kai believed that he was not mistaken. There might be other trees in this world that could be so magnificent, but this familiar aura would not change. Back then, he had lived in the tree hole for a long time. Yang Kai did not expect that the so-called holy tree in the human sovereign city was actually Qing. Wasn't Qing supposed to be dead? In order to seal the passage between the two worlds, Qing sacrificed himself and erupted all the essence he had accumulated throughout his life. He thrived on the ground and went straight to the demon race's territory, sacrificing himself to block the entrance to the star boundary from the demon race's territory. In that battle, millions of soldiers fought to the death in the wilderness. In that battle, countless masters died and their corpses piled up into mountains. That battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Butterfly had said that everything he experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world had traces of reality. Therefore, the 2 years Yang Kai spent in the dream realm was an illusion based on a certain period in ancient times. In other words, there was indeed an earth-shattering battle in ancient times, but in the real world, there was no Yang Kai in that battle. Instead, there were countless existences similar to Yang Kai, which allowed the barbarian race to win the final victory. There was no doubt that Qing existed. He was the biggest contributor to the barbarian race's victory and the key to turning the tide of the battle. This fact would not change whether it was in the illusion or reality. There was an astonishing intersection between the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago and today's trajectory, which made Yang Kai a little confused. But soon he found that something was wrong, because there was only a hazy chaotic will in the holy tree, like a newborn baby, without its own thoughts. When he came into contact with the holy tree, this will obviously also noticed the existence of Yang Kai, and opened its heart to accept his existence without any defense. In an instant, Yang Kai and the holy tree in front of him produced an indescribable resonance, as if they were connected to each other. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, because he felt a vast amount of energy from the holy tree. This kind of energy was so huge that it was comparable to any of the great emperors, or even more so. The royal family of the human sovereign city was able to perform saint techniques by mobilizing this energy, forming a killing move that was far beyond their actual level. And at this moment, if he wanted to, he could also release this surging energy. The holy tree did not resist him at all, and instead accepted his existence with great kindness. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, and noticed that there was an additional disharmonious factor in the holy tree. This factor made him feel like a pustule growing on his body, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Get out!" Yang Kai shouted, and suddenly reached into the holy tree with one hand and grabbed something. With another tug, a human figure was dragged out from the inside of the holy tree. This person was none other than the Ren Huang whom Yang Kai had just separated from not long ago. His face was filled with shock, as if he had never expected such an encounter. His entire mind was in a daze. Only when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes did he suddenly come to his senses. Forming a seal with his hand, he chanted an incantation and pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Chapter 2965. A sharp green light took shape like an awl and went straight for Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at him coldly. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and turned into a strong and powerful shield. The green light hit the shield and collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Human Sovereign was shocked. Yang Kai could perform holy spells and mobilize the power of the holy tree. After all, he was also a wizard, and a wizard could perform holy spells. But why would the holy tree automatically protect him without some kind of ritual baptism? The reason why the princes and princesses could be protected and saved in times of crisis was because of an extremely complicated baptism ritual. At this moment, the holy tree gave people a strange feeling. On the one hand, it did not refuse Human Sovereign's command, but on the other hand, it was hindering him from killing the enemy. It was like a disobedient child, doing whatever it wanted. "You really want to kill me?" Yang Kai sneered. He had obviously expected this. Human Sovereign did not speak, but his expression became serious. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand and blasted a thunder of fury at Yang Kai. The thunder of fury was terrifying. It was like a dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yang Kai and bloomed a dazzling light, completely enveloping Yang Kai. Human Sovereign's expression changed again. When the light faded, he saw Yang Kai standing in place unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "Why?" Human Sovereign roared, but not at Yang Kai, but at the holy tree. It was like a majestic father scolding a playful child. The holy tree had ruined his plans twice, and it was a little unbearable. Yang Kai said coldly, "Do you want to know why?" Human Sovereign growled, "What did you do?" Yang Kai snorted, "Don't you know whether I did or not? Why deceive yourself?" The Human Sovereign gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Human Sovereign, how dare you disobey me?" No one knew if he was talking to Yang Kai or the sacred tree. He shouted and chanted another incantation. When he chanted the incantation, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, as if there were some strange changes. Then, large amounts of green energy flowed out of the holy tree and surged into the Human Sovereign's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. His not-so-tall body suddenly became imposing. "Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. How dare you?" Yang Kai was furious when he saw this. He began to chant the same incantation, but the incantation sounded more ancient and obscure than the human sovereignty incantation. It was more mysterious and difficult to understand. Although he did not know what kind of wizard the Human Sovereign was using, he could feel something invisible from the holy tree. The Human Sovereign's actions were damaging the foundation of the holy tree, which was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It seemed that he could not care less about anything else in order to deal with Yang Kai. The foundation of the holy tree was shaken, and the human sovereign city would be in trouble. The green energy flowing towards the human sovereign seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, and began to slow down. The human sovereign saw this and became even angrier. His incantation became louder and louder, and he wanted to steal the power of the holy tree from Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but his tone did not change at all, and he stayed true to his heart. The two of them stood facing each other like this. There was no flash of swords, nor was there a storm of blood. Instead, it was a very special way of fighting. The winner would take everything, and the loser would be trampled underfoot. The key to all of this was the resonance between one and the holy tree. The deeper one resonated with the holy tree, the stronger the power one could control. Yang Kai and the human sovereign both knew this, so they did not attack each other and only did their own thing. The holy tree did not have a clear mind. It was only a remnant of consciousness, and it guarded the will of the wizard. No matter which wizard thirsted for power from it, it would cooperate. The green light on the human sovereign's body was sometimes bright and sometimes weak. When it was bright, it meant that he had a slight advantage in the fight, and when it was weak, it was the opposite. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was an extremely difficult opponent, and it was not as easy to deal with as he thought it would be. This guy's resonance with the holy tree was not inferior to his, the human sovereign who had lived by the holy tree's side since he was young. If it was not for this, he would have finished him off long ago, and they would not be fighting to a draw now. The holy tree seemed to have a special affection for this outsider, and it sided with him in every way, going tit for tat with him. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Yang Kai come in here to observe the holy tree. If he had killed him in the hall of human sovereign city, it might not have been so troublesome. I am the human sovereign, I am the king of the human race. The human sovereign roared in his heart, hoping that this thought would be transmitted to the holy tree, but he did not expect that it would have the opposite effect. He clearly felt that the holy tree was rejecting him, like a child who had been taught a lesson by his father and had a rebellious heart. This phenomenon caused his face to change drastically. Although Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, there were still ways to deal with him. But if he lost the support of the holy tree, he would be nothing more than an old man in the second-order emperor realm. There were countless people in the human sovereign city who were stronger than him. The human sovereign did not dare to let his imagination run wild anymore, and could only start with Yang Kai. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly transmitted his voice, "If you have the time to fight with this emperor, why don't you take the time to care for your woman? If this emperor is not wrong, she should be dying soon, right? So what if it was the dragon race? So what if it was the head of all spirits?" There were countless masters in the human sovereign city. Even the dragon race would be defeated here. Yang Kai remained unmoved and said lightly, "My woman doesn't need me to care about her, you should worry about yourself." TSK, Master is not young anymore. It seems that he will not live for many years. Have you thought about when you will pass down the throne? I think there are a few princes who are not bad, especially the third prince. His cultivation is not bad, and his heart is tenacious. He is very suitable to inherit your position of human sovereign. He just gives people the feeling that he is a little sinister, but no one is perfect. The second princess is also not bad. I wonder if there is a precedent of a woman becoming emperor in the human sovereign city. If there is, you can pass the throne to the second princess. I think the princess is very ambitious. Shut up. The human sovereign shouted angrily. Yang Kai chuckled, "Not even two?" Then, it seems like the master intends to pass the throne to the first prince. The first prince is addicted to wine and women. He is not a good choice. If the human sovereign city falls into his hands, I don't think anything good will come of it. When the time comes, your brothers will turn against each other and cause trouble. I don't think the master will be able to rest in peace even after you die. No, that's not right. The first prince is clearly a useless piece of trash, and yet, he's an 8-leaf cultivator. It seems like you really favor the first prince, sir. Could it be that the first prince's mother is someone you love? Is that why you love the first prince so much? There was a slight change in the human sovereign's expression. Although it was slight, it could not escape Yang Kai's notice. Yang Kai continued to fan the flames. It seems like I was right. Also, looking at the master, I'm afraid the person you love is already dead. I didn't expect the master to be so infatuated. I'm sure you had a good time with that beauty when you were young. However, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences, master. Memories are also a kind of beauty. It's not a bad experience to dream about them in the middle of the night. The human sovereign's face twitched as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Unable to bear it any longer, he frantically pulled the holy tree's power. Yang Kai snorted coldly and said, "You've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the human sovereign grunted and took a few steps back. The faint green glow on his body also suddenly disappeared. His resonance with the holy tree was suddenly cut off. He tried to connect with the holy tree again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The holy tree did not respond at all. He knew that his state of mind had fluctuated too much earlier. He had been too anxious for success, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. So what if you don't have the protection of the holy tree? This emperor's cultivation is higher than yours. The human sovereign was unwilling to admit defeat. His old body suddenly straightened up, and his second-order emperor realm cultivation erupted. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of his palm was immeasurable. Yang Kai sneered and threw a punch forward. Emperor Qi surged on his fist, and a violent power poured out. When the fist and palm collided, the human sovereign was severely injured. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a kite and fell heavily to the ground. He did not move for a long time. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Yang Kai slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. The human sovereign swallowed the blood in his throat, stood up shakily, and growled, "I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. How can you treat me like this? Do you know why you lost?" Yang Kai asked calmly. The human sovereign was stunned. He wanted to know the answer, but he could not bring himself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he asked in a stiff tone, "Why? A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You treated the holy tree as a source of power that you could draw from at will. You treated it as a capital above all living beings. You were wrong." The human sovereign said, "The holy tree is such an existence." Yang Kai snorted coldly, stubborn. "It's pardonable if you don't know your mistakes, but if you do, then you deserve to die. The holy tree does not protect the imperial family, nor does it protect the wizard. It protects the entire human race. Yet you treat it as your own private property. How ridiculous." The human sovereign said, "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered, "I'm talking nonsense. The human sovereign city's spirit array is powered by the holy tree. It protects the entire human sovereign city from the outside world. I'm talking nonsense. I think you're seeing things because you're old." After resonating with the holy tree, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the holy tree's power covered the entire human sovereign city. It was because of it that the human sovereign city could remain unchanged in the reincarnation world. The human sovereign said dejectedly, "What's the point of saying all this now? I've lost. It's up to you to kill me or scrape me." Yang Kai looked askance at him and said, "When did I say I'm going to kill you or scrape you?" The human sovereign was surprised and said, "You're willing to let me go? That'll depend on your performance." The human sovereign hesitated for a moment, then said, "I wonder, what request does your excellency have?" In this situation, even if the person in front of him wanted to seize the position of human sovereign, he would be powerless to resist. Since ancient times, the human sovereign city had always been like this. The one who controlled the holy tree was the human sovereign, and the one who controlled it now was an outsider. Chapter 2966. Many thoughts flashed through the human sovereign's mind. He was already mentally prepared to bargain with Yang Kai. He secretly decided that if this guy made any excessive demands, it was not impossible for him to feign civility. As long as he did not snatch the position of human sovereign, everything else was negotiable. He had to calm him down first, then slowly think of a way to deal with him. Tell me about the history of the city of human sovereign and the reincarnation world. What? The human sovereign was a little stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, this outsider could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect him to make such a request. The human sovereign was already prepared to have his flesh sliced off, but the other party only plucked a hair. No, this could not even be considered plucking a hair. Are you really old, blind, and deaf? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, dissatisfied with his reaction. The human sovereign was finally sure that Yang Kai had only made such a simple request. He secretly speculated about Yang Kai's intentions. At the same time, he organized his thoughts and said, "Since you want to know, then I'll just say it casually." The human sovereign's expression was a little awkward. It had always been others who acted according to his wishes. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to act according to someone else's wishes. What I know is limited. If there's anything I don't know, please don't blame me. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't be so long-winded." The human sovereign coughed and said, "To be honest, the reincarnation world is actually a part of the astral world. Of course, the astral world was not called the astral world at that time, so I don't know what the ancestral land was called. Our ancestors called themselves the barbarians, and wizard magic was prevalent. The people gathered together and lived and multiplied in tribes. Although there was infighting, the human race was prosperous." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression. He found that Yang Kai's expression had become a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about something. He did not know which of his words had touched a nerve, but he did not dare to stop and continued. Suddenly, one day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Powerhouses walked out of that hole and invaded the barbarians. Those powerhouses who came from an unknown place called themselves the demon race. The demon race had many powerhouses, and killing was their second nature. Many tribes suffered heavy casualties. In the face of such a strong enemy, our ancestors naturally did not want to resign themselves to death. They used the strength of the entire barbarian race to resist. The war between the two races was extremely fierce. That war seemed to have lasted for many years. Whether it was the barbarians or the demon race, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield at that time was today's reincarnation world. Yang Kai said in surprise, "The reincarnation world was a battlefield. Then, as you said, why was the reincarnation world separated from the astral world?" The human sovereign said, "You may not know, but the reason why our ancestors won that war seemed to have something to do with the sacred tree. According to the ancient records, the sacred tree sacrificed itself to seal the passage through which the demon race invaded. Unfortunately, some unforeseen event happened in the end. The laws of the astral world and the demon territory clashed, banishing the entire battlefield to the void. That was how the reincarnation world was born. The humans and demons who were fortunate enough to survive on the battlefield have been living here ever since." In the beginning, the two races were still fighting fiercely against each other, but the laws of this place are extremely strange, causing our human race to suffer a lot. The laws of the reincarnation world changed. At certain times, it was similar to the astral world. At that time, our human race could move freely without being affected by the laws. However, at certain times, it was connected to the demon territory. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was transformed into demonic chi, making it difficult for the human race to move. In the end, we relied on the sacred tree to gradually establish the human sovereign city, allowing the human race to have a foothold. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the towering ancient tree. Qing was still alive. Although he wasn't the wise old man from back then, he was still alive. He still had the last trace of his will and was still using his body to protect the remaining human race. If it wasn't for him, there would be no place for the human race in the reincarnation realm. This was because when the laws of heaven and earth that were suitable for the demon race existed, the demonic chi prevailed. The human race could not survive at all. On the other hand, the demon race was not so restricted. They had survived in such a harsh environment for a long time. Naturally, they would not be affected in a better environment. The information revealed by the human sovereign city corroborated with his experience in the dream world. This meant that the human sovereign city did not lie. Butterfly also did not lie. However, reality and illusion were not completely the same. At least, the illusion that Yang Kai experienced did not lead to the birth of the reincarnation world. Qing also died in that battle. He did not know if there was a mistake in Butterfly's record. In that case, the reincarnation world is actually located in a spatial crevice. Yang Kai asked with a frown. The human sovereign city nodded and said, "That's right. Our ancestors also had many guesses about the location of the reincarnation world. However, they all believed that this world is located in a crevice. This crevice is located between the astral world and the demon race's territory. Therefore, the laws of this world are constantly changing. Sometimes it is affected by the laws of the astral world, and sometimes it is affected by the laws of the demon race's territory." Yang Kai nodded. Many of his doubts were answered. Previously, when he was swallowed by the cold wave in the frozen earth, Yang Kai felt the fluctuations of the laws of space. Thinking about it, the cold wave was actually just a spatial entrance. Through that entrance, one could enter the reincarnation world. It was similar to teleportation through a spatial formation. Naturally, there would be fluctuations of the laws of space. However, this teleportation was not a teleportation between cities, nor was it a teleportation across territory. It was a teleportation across realms. Have you never thought of leaving the reincarnation world and returning to the astral world? Yang Kai asked. The human sovereign city smiled awkwardly and said, "Our ancestors also thought about it. However, how strong is the spatial barrier? Not to mention that it cannot be found, even if it is found, who can break it?" At this point, the human sovereign city's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and said, "Sir, you seem to be proficient in the laws of space." Previously, he had asked Yang Kai how he could enter the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city. Yang Kai had demonstrated the power of the laws of space in front of him. Although the human sovereign city was old, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw through it at a glance. If it was this person, he might really be able to break the spatial barrier. Thinking of this, the human sovereign city's mood suddenly became a little irritated. Yang Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "You don't seem to want to leave this place." A trace of awkwardness appeared on the human sovereign's face. He said in a low voice, "Leaving this world and returning to the ancestral land is the last wish of our ancestors. This old man naturally wants to leave this place too." Yang Kai sneered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Human sovereign city is high and mighty. His words are the law. No matter how strong or weak the human sovereign city is, no one disobeys his orders. If I were you, I wouldn't want to leave this place either. Wouldn't you be happy and carefree here?" The human sovereign laughed awkwardly. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. He was not very strong and knew his own limitations. If he really left the reincarnation world and returned to the astral world, he would be beaten back to his original state. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Is there really no way to leave this world?" Without waiting for him to answer, Yang Kai said, "You'd better tell me the truth. Although I don't really want to kill an old man, if I have no other choice, I won't show mercy." The human sovereign's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly said, "Yinfeng Mountain. Where is Yinfeng Mountain? Can we leave the reincarnation world from Yinfeng Mountain?" The human sovereign said, "There is only one possibility, and I can't guarantee it. Of course, that is for a master like you. If you don't have Space Force to protect yourself, it is just a land of death. In order to leave this place, our ancestors racked their brains and tried many methods, but to no avail. In the end, they determined that Yinfeng Mountain may have a passage to leave this place. Of course, it is only a possibility, but that place is extremely dangerous. The yin wind that blows out is a mixture of cold qi and demonic qi. Even a third-level Emperor Realm Master can't go too far." "Cold qi?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and keenly grasped the key point. "What kind of cold qi?" The human sovereign said, "A cold qi that can destroy all life." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the cold chi from the frozen earth? It seemed that the old man wasn't lying. Yinfeng Mountain might really be able to leave the reincarnation world. The cold chi from the frozen earth couldn't have come to the reincarnation world for no reason. After all, they were two different worlds. But in fact, there was cold chi on Yinfeng Mountain, which meant that the cold chi from the frozen earth had entered the reincarnation world through an entrance. If they could reverse the traces of this entrance, they would definitely be able to find the way back to the star world. However, there was also demonic chi mixed in the yin wind, which meant that the entrance was not only connected to the star world, but also to the demon territory. The demonic chi in the demon territory could also leak into the star world. Therefore, somewhere in Yinfeng Mountain should be the spatial intersection between the reincarnation world, the star world, and the demon territory. The power of the cold chi alone was terrifying, and with the demonic chi causing trouble, it was indeed enough to stop a third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. It was no wonder that no one from the human clan was able to leave the reincarnation world for so many years. The human sovereign observed Yang Kai's expression from the side. How could he not guess what he was thinking when he saw the rich expression on his face? He was delighted, but his expression didn't change at all. He put on a look of earnest persuasion. "Does Your Excellency want to take the risk? Forgive me for being blunt, but Yinfeng Mountain isn't a good place to go. Even if Your Excellency really finds the way out, you might not be able to return to the star world. You might even accidentally enter the demon territory. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die." Yang Kai patted Human Sovereign's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. He grinned and said, "Don't you want me to die sooner? If you have any thoughts in your heart, just say it. It's disgusting to see you hide them and speak sarcastically." The Human Sovereign looked embarrassed and cursed in his heart. He didn't know what else to say. Yang Kai, however, made up his mind. He clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to Yinfeng Mountain." The Human Sovereign was shocked. I'm going too. You want to go?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. The Human Sovereign shook his head vigorously. "If you don't want to go, then why bother asking?" Yang Kai sneered and changed the topic. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The Human Sovereign wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Please enlighten me." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qing and said, "I'll spare your life. Manage the Human Sovereign city well and don't embarrass the old ancestor anymore. I risked my life to save you people." Chapter 2967. Yes. The Human Sovereign was a yes man. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The support of the holy tree was taken away, and he was not strong enough, so he could only pretend to be weak. However, he was puzzled. Who was Qing? Could it be the holy tree? But why didn't he know about this? "Let's go out." Yang Kai called out with a little disinterest. He reached out and patted Qing's tall trunk, then turned and walked out. The human emperor followed closely behind, imitating his every step. Walking out of the fog and returning to the imperial palace, he immediately heard the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with miserable howls and angry roars. "It's a fierce fight." Yang Kai glanced around and found people lying on the ground. 90% of the 20 princes and princesses were lying on the ground. Most of them had broken arms and legs, and a few of them seemed to be seriously injured. There was a large pool of blood beside them, and he didn't know if they were dead or not. As for the guards who had been guarding the holy tree, half of them had been beaten. At this moment, in the sky, the 300-foot-long red dragon's shadow coiled around the ground. It breathed out scorching dragon breaths, and a series of exquisite dragon race secret skills were released. The humans around it were like ants, and they fled like rats. The Human Sovereign was shocked to see this, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Although he knew that the dragon race was not to be trifled with, he did not expect it to be this strong. Basically, all the experts he could mobilize had gathered here, but they still couldn't do anything to a dragon. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the battle situation in the sky didn't look too optimistic. Although the red dragon's body was huge and obvious, every attack was terrifyingly powerful. Those experts who could still move would either die or be injured after being hit by it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people from the Emperor realm were hit by the dragon's breath. They fell from the sky covered in flames. "Stop, all of you stop!" the human sovereign hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the princes and princesses and the guards who could still move retreated, putting some distance between them and Zhu Qing. When they saw Yang Kai and the human sovereign, they were stunned again. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of the human sovereign. The high and mighty human sovereign was standing 3 steps behind him like an attendant. He looked unprecedentedly anxious. "Imperial Father," the second princess exclaimed. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the strongest among the imperial princes and princesses. She had been fighting with the black puppy and hadn't directly attacked Zhu Qing, so her injuries weren't too serious. She just looked a little disheveled, with her clothes in tatters. She looked at the mortal emperor in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to ask. "Bastard!" The human sovereign was furious. Without any warning, he opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. "These 2 are this emperor's guests. You did not entertain them properly and even had a conflict with them. What is the meaning of this? You don't put this emperor in your eyes at all." The whole place was silent, and the second princess felt dizzy. Did she hear wrongly? The reason why they took action was because they were instructed by the human sovereign to join forces and take down the dragon race. But in the blink of an eye, her imperial father gave a completely different explanation. Was this still the human sovereign? The third prince, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He quickly knelt down and said, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We were just itching to learn from the guests. We did not mean to be negligent." "Learn from each other?" The human sovereign's face darkened. He secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that he was indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped at the third prince. He slapped the third prince in the chest and sent him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth in mid-air. The human sovereign shouted angrily, "Is this how you learn from each other? How dare you bully someone with numbers? You are a disgrace to our imperial family." The third prince ignored his injuries and got up again. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong." The princes, princesses, and guards hurriedly knelt down. Even the 2 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivators did the same. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to see in the outside world. 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivators were high and mighty. Which one of them was not a tyrant in the outside world? How could they kneel to someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs? But in the city of human sovereign, this was a common occurrence. You neglected the guests and started a fight. Do you think you can just say you were wrong? Don't be so naive. The human sovereign's face was cold and incorruptible. "It seems that you have lived a peaceful life for too long. You don't know that there is always someone better than you." The second princess opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but the human sovereign glared at her and shut her mouth. She felt wronged. In the city of human sovereign, the imperial family was the heavens. What heavens beyond heaven? Above others? These bastards have eyes but fail to see. They actually dared to attack your wife. How would you like to deal with them? Kill them or cut them up? This old man will not interfere. The human sovereign turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a sincere expression. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third prince, who had already guessed what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that the human sovereign would be so polite to this outsider, even to the point of compromising. What happened in there just now? Why did the human sovereign's attitude change so much? He actually called himself this old man, although he could not guess. The third prince vaguely felt that something extraordinary must have happened just now. Otherwise, the human sovereign would not be so humble. Yang Kai sneered and looked up at the graceful figure in the sky. He raised his voice and said, "Qing are you hurt?" Zhu Qing had already returned to her human form. Hearing this, she slowly shook her head. If she wasn't a dragon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed when facing so many powerful enemies. However, After transforming into a giant dragon, her defense was amazing. Even though she was facing many enemies at once, she didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although she suffered many attacks, she wasn't injured. Yang Kai smiled and turned to look at the human sovereign, saying, "Then it's nothing. It was just a friendly match." The human sovereign was very excited. "This old man is very grateful for your righteousness." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He was secretly glad that the dragon race's cultivation was high. Otherwise, there would be no way to resolve this matter peacefully. "Why are you still here? A bunch of disgraces." The human sovereign turned to the crowd and shouted angrily. The princes and princesses and the guards felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They all left, not forgetting to pick up the wounded on the ground and take them away. The black puppy appeared out of nowhere and bit the second princess's chest while she was distracted. The second princess was shocked and raised her hand to slap the puppy. The human sovereign snorted coldly. The second princess's hand suddenly froze in the air. The black puppy was even more aggressive. It directly tore a large piece of her clothes from her chest, revealing the pink underwear underneath. It ran to the side happily with its tail raised high, as if it had taken revenge for some deep hatred. It was very proud of itself. The second princess's face turned pale. She quickly covered her exposed chest with her hands. Her face turned red, and she stomped her foot angrily. Then she quickly retreated. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." The human sovereign was very embarrassed. He used to think that these princes and princesses were okay, but today, each one of them was more disgusting than the other. Yang Kai said lightly, "My wife and I will be staying in the palace for a while." The human sovereign was unwilling, but he could not refuse. He could only say, "You can stay as long as you want." "Don't worry, I won't stay for long. I will leave when I'm ready." The human sovereign did not dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would lose. "Also, I need all the information about the reincarnation world and the gloomy wind mountain. Send it to me as soon as possible." "Yes. There is one more thing I need your help with. There is a dragon race with us in the reincarnation world. A human. I hope that the human sovereign can help to keep an eye out for him. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Don't worry, when the laws of heaven and earth change, I will immediately send people to search for him." "Very well." 2 hours later, in an extremely luxurious palace, Yang Kai gently hugged Zhu Qing and sat on a spacious chair. Zhu Qing sat on his lap, and the little black dog was lying on the side, taking a nap. If that's the case, this reincarnation world is really strange. If we want to leave this place, we can only go through the gloomy wind mountain? Zhu Qing asked softly. Yang Kai gently played with Zhu Qing's soft hands. He had never paid attention to them before, but now that he was intimate with her, he realized that her hands were snow-white and flawless. They were soft as if they were boneless, and her 10 slender fingers were as thin as shallots. It was hard to imagine how such a small hand could release such terrifying power. Zhu Qing felt uncomfortable from his play. She wanted to pull her hands back, but she did not have the strength. She could only stare at him. Yang Kai pretended not to see and continued to play with her. He casually said, "From the information we have now, the gloomy wind mountain is the only way out, and we can only go there." Zhu Qing said worriedly, "But the cold is hard to resist. We haven't gone too deep into the frozen ground before, so no one knows what the cold is like inside the frozen ground. If the cold comes from the deepest part of the frozen ground, even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to move. The slightest contact would cause one to be frozen into ice. No matter what, we have to go and take a look. But we have to find Zhu Lai first. Actually, this place is not bad. With the protection of the sacred tree, the human sovereign city can sit back and relax. We don't have to worry about any intrusions. If we can live here, you want to stay?" Yang Kai was startled. Zhu Qing was about to speak, but she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her face reddened, and she quickly stood up from Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai pulled her back. "Someone's here." Zhu Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, she had just experienced sex and was very shy. Seeing that she was determined, Yang Kai did not force her and let her go. A moment later, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall. "Master, are you here? Fu Yu requests an audience." The little black dog, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head and bared its teeth fiercely. In the previous battle, it had formed a grudge with Fu Yu, so when it heard this woman's voice, it was hostile. "Come in." Chapter 2968. The door to the hall was pushed open, and a few women filed in. All of them looked extraordinary. With Fu Yu in the lead, they walked in a line. Each of them held a large pile of ancient-looking books in their hands. "Master, everything you want is here," Fu Yu said as she lowered her head. Fu Yu lowered her head as she spoke. She looked reluctant, as if she was being forced to do something she was unwilling to do. That was the truth. If it were not for the human sovereign's order, she would not be here to do the work of a servant. She wondered what the human sovereign was thinking. Was there a need to curry favor with an outsider to this extent? Her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. "Put them down." Yang Kai swept his eyes over this group of people and found that most of these women looked familiar. They were actually all princesses. Fu Yu looked the oldest. The youngest one was only 14 or 15 years old. He had not seen her in the Great Hall, but her six-leaf body could not be faked. The youngest princess was clearly very curious. She stood at the end of the line and kept looking at Yang Kai with her big eyes. Under the influence of the Fu Yu, she had assumed that Kai Yang was a heinous villain, but now that she looked at him, he didn't seem like one. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so she couldn't understand why her second sister hated him so much. Yang Kai looked at her and winked at her. The little princess was startled. She quickly lowered her head and put down the things in her hands. "Do you have any other orders? If not, we'll be leaving." Fu Yu looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her tone was stiff, and she looked unconvinced. Yang Kai glanced at her. He wanted to make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Wait outside. I'll call for you if I need anything. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." "Wait. Fu Yu's eyes widened. She almost thought she had heard wrong. She was the second princess of the human sovereign city. She was second only to one person and above everyone else. It was humiliating enough that she had to deliver books to him. How dare he ask her to wait outside? Did he think she was a servant who could be ordered around? She could not tolerate this. His anger almost exploded, but when he thought of the human sovereign's previous instructions, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His monstrous anger was immediately extinguished. He could only grit his teeth and say, yes. She would never dare to disobey the orders of human sovereignty. The princesses slowly exited the hall and stood guard outside the door with different thoughts in their minds. Apart from the little princess, the rest of the princesses clearly had resentment on their faces. They felt that this kind of thing should not be done by them. In the main hall, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at the books piled up on the table. They each took a book and started reading. These books were basically records about the reincarnation world. Half of them were about the development history of the reincarnation world, and the other half were about the customs and landforms of this world. The human race had been here for over 100,000 years, and this realm wasn't very large, so aside from the area around Devil Fury City that was forbidden to the human race had already explored all the other areas. These were all the secret treasures of the royal family, and ordinary people would never be able to see them. For the next few days, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stayed in the palace and did not come out. They carefully flipped through these books and collected all kinds of information about this world. After a few days, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and put down the last book in his hand. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Zhu Qing finished reading at about the same time. She said thoughtfully, "So this world really is located in the gap between the two realms, a spatial crevice." Yang Kai chuckled. If it wasn't so, there wouldn't be such a thing as the laws of heaven and earth changing. It's really difficult for them to survive and reproduce in such a place. The holy tree has been a great help. The holy tree. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It has indeed been a great help. Not only has it protected the entire human sovereign city, but it has also left behind the inheritance of wizard techniques. Yang Kai originally thought that the wizard techniques of the royal family had been passed down from generation to generation by their ancestors, allowing the wizard techniques to continue burning. But now, it seemed that this was not entirely the case. After hundreds of thousands of years, the laws of heaven and earth had changed. In the astral realm, the wizard techniques had gradually been replaced by martial arts. The reincarnation world would occasionally be in common with the laws of the astral realm. Naturally, it was not suitable to cultivate the wizard techniques. However, Qing's existence allowed the wizard techniques to be passed down from generation to generation. Those royal family members could only cultivate in seclusion near Qing to feel Qing's power and resonate with Qing. Only then could they truly cultivate the wizard techniques. Without Qing's help, even if they mastered the cultivation method of the wizard techniques, the laws of heaven and earth would not allow them to cultivate the power of the wizard techniques. Qing was a hero of an era. He was the inheritor of the power of the entire ancient world. Without him, the wizard techniques in the reincarnation world would have already perished. It was a pity that during the battle between the humans and the demons, his mind had already sunk. Now, he was only left with a chaotic will. He guarded his dying wish to protect the human race and protect the wizard techniques. Yang Kai did not know if he had the chance to wake up again. However, he estimated that the chances were very slim. Because hundreds of thousands of years had passed, if Qing could really wake up, he would have done so long ago. He would not have waited until now. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that even if Qing could wake up, he would not remember the past. He would be reborn. He should be reborn. There were records of the Yinfeng mountain in the ancient books. However, it was very rare. It only recorded a rough location. The situation inside was not known at all. This was because the human race had not set foot in that place for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the demon race would often stay in the vicinity to cultivate with the help of the pure demonic qi that gushed out from the Yinfeng mountain. Therefore, if they really wanted to go to the Yinfeng mountain, they would definitely clash with the demon race. Yang Kai did not care about this. In any case, he had subdued more than 10 demon king and could order them around at will. He also knew the various characteristics of the demon race like the back of his hand. If they really encountered the demon race, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. There was still no news from the human sovereign city about Zhu Lai. The laws of heaven and earth in the outside world had changed. The entire human sovereign city's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to search for information about Zhu Lai. However, they had not found anything so far. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were not too worried about Zhu Lai. After all, he was still a rank 8 red dragon. It was not the dragon race if something happened so easily. Therefore, the two of them leisurely stayed in the palace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly woke up from his meditation. His eyes were slightly shining, as if he was a little excited. What's wrong? Zhu Qing did not need to cultivate. She was flipping through a book at the side. When she noticed Yang Kai's movements, she raised her head and asked, "Qing, I seem to have become stronger." Yang Kai said with some excitement, "Becoming stronger is a good thing. Why are you like this?" "Because I don't know why I became stronger." "In what way?" "Bloodline." Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing curiously. "I don't seem to have done anything during this time. Why do I feel that my bloodline has become stronger?" The strengthening of his bloodline was very obvious. This was because Yang Kai could feel that the golden divine dragon's origin energy had fused more deeply with him. During this time, he did not cultivate the dragonization ability, nor did he encounter any life or death battles. There was no reason for him to become stronger for no reason. The increase of power always required a certain amount of effort. "Let me try." In order to avoid any misconceptions, Yang Kai immediately roared and activated the dragonization ability. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the golden dragon flashed away. With a burst of crackling sounds, the bones all over his body made a burst of popping sounds. His figure suddenly grew taller, and his combed bun spread out. The moment the dragon's might filled the air, Yang Kai only felt an itch on his forehead, as if something was about to break out of his body. His arms lengthened, his hands turned into dragon claws, his clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with a layer of solid dragon scales. He was already used to these things, and he knew what kind of changes would happen to him, so he concentrated on experiencing the changes in his body. When all the changes stopped, Yang Kai had already turned into a behemoth. He exhaled softly, and two white smoke-like airflows instantly came out of his nostrils. Zhu Qing sat in a chair, closed the book, and looked up at him. Yang Kai took big steps, walked around the hall, and said in surprise, "Hey, I seem to have grown a little taller." The previous battle with Zhu Lai in the Azure Sun Temple made him make a breakthrough in the dragonization ability, and his body suddenly became 40 feet. Now, his height had increased again, and a conservative estimate was that it had reached 45 feet. This increase was not an illusion, but real. So far, Yang Kai has also vaguely grasped some key points. The deeper the cultivation of this secret art, the more thorough the fusion between himself and the golden divine dragon source, and the purer and more high-end the dragon race bloodline. The most intuitive manifestation was his height. As his cultivation deepened, his half-dragon body became taller and taller. Yang Kai suspected that when he could really completely refine the golden divine dragon source, he would be able to transform into a golden dragon and roam the 10,000 worlds. "How tall were you before?" Zhu Qing asked. "Probably." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew. Fortunately, the palace was built extremely magnificently, otherwise, he would not be able to straighten his back now. "Then you have really become stronger." Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. "But why?" Yang Kai wanted to scratch his face, but when his dragon claws scratched the scales on his cheeks, a string of sparks flew. It was a good thing to become stronger, but it was not good to not know the reason. He had to figure out the reason so that he could continue to work in this direction in the future. Carefully recalling the events that had occurred recently, Yang Kai found that there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai could clearly remember every little detail that had occurred in between, but he couldn't recall anything particularly noteworthy. Zhu Qing lowered her head, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. She opened the book and continued to read, but her mind was not on it at all. "Do you know something?" Yang Kai found her strange and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Qing shook her head like a rattledrum, and her face turned even redder. Tell me, tell me." Yang Kai walked in front of her and squatted down. Even so, he was several times taller than Zhu Qing. Looking down at the little person, he felt extremely strange. He guessed that after Zhu Qing transformed into a giant dragon, her vision would also be like this. Chapter 2969. I really don't know. Zhu Qing replied in a low voice. Is it related to the secrets of the dragon race? Zhu Qing shook her head. Then tell me. Yang Kai reached out and carefully scooped Zhu Qing into his palm, as if he was holding the most exquisite porcelain. He threatened, if you don't report what you know, be careful of the family law. What family law? Zhu Qing's eyes widened in confusion, but she quickly understood Yang Kai's meaning. She was so embarrassed that her whole body heated up. She looked up at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were staring blankly and his breathing had become heavy. She sighed in her heart. She knew that if it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. She immediately covered half of her face with a book and whispered, all things carry yin and embrace yang. When yin and yang intersect, the origin converges, and qi is in harmony. Yang Kai was stunned at first, then a strange expression appeared on his face. He said with a smile that was not a smile, you mean, Zhu Qing's entire face was covered by the book, so no one could see her expression, but the pretty face behind the book must be burning. She hurriedly said, I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. The dragon race is also about dual cultivation. Yang Kai laughed even more happily. He opened his big mouth, looking exceptionally ferocious, as if he could swallow Zhu Qing in one gulp. If that was really the case, then the future would be too happy. Of course not, it's just what? Yang Kai stretched out a claw and gently pushed away the book that was covering Zhu Qing's face. He moved his face closer, looking very aggressive. Zhu Qing had nowhere to hide. She said with a troubled expression, "It's just that even for you human women, the primordial yin qi is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of men. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious it is, let alone the dragon race." Yang Kai said, "You're saying that the reason why I'm like this is because of your first time?" Zhu Qing gently nodded. She was so ashamed that Yang Kai said such words to her face. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. "It won't work in the future?" "No." Zhu Qing shook her head. "I don't believe it." As Yang Kai spoke, he grabbed Zhu Qing and dashed to the side. As he took large strides, he withdrew the dragonization art and his huge body shrunk rapidly. "What are you doing?" Zhu Qing asked in surprise. "We'll know once we give it a try." Yang Kai had already returned to his original appearance and carried Zhu Qing in his arms. Lying on Yang Kai's chest, Zhu Qing felt the burning heat. She immediately panicked and said anxiously, "It really doesn't work." "I'm not lying to you." Yang Kai smirked. "I told you to give it a try. Stop struggling. It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Zhu Qing heavily onto the bed. Zhu Qing cried out in alarm. Yang Kai had already pounced on her like a hungry dog. Even though Zhu Qing had experienced this before, she was still not used to it. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, as if it would jump out of her mouth at any moment. The man on top of her was very aggressive. His indomitable aura was rampaging, and her defense, which was not very strong, was smashed into pieces. Her clothes began to become messy. Zhu Qing tilted her head and closed her beautiful eyes. She grabbed the bedsheet with both hands, as if she was about to rush to the execution ground. She was extremely nervous. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked to the side. He pointed his finger and said word by word, "Get out of here." The black puppy had been awakened at some point. It had been sleeping quietly for the past few days. It was very obedient and didn't make any noise. At this time, it raised its head and stared in the direction of the bed. It didn't move and even held its breath. It was seriously observing. That dog's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it whimpered and stood up reluctantly. With its tail between its legs, it slowly walked towards the door. When it reached the door, it looked back reluctantly. Its eyes were filled with a longing expression, as if it was begging Yang Kai to let it stay. Yang Kai snorted. It could only dejectedly push open the door with its head and walk out through the crack. It even remembered to close the door before it left. Outside the palace, several women of different ages stood there. Basically, a layer of frost could be scraped off their faces. The princesses had had enough. A few days ago, Yang Kai had told them to wait outside the palace. They could only obey. They didn't expect that they would wait for several days. In the past few days, they didn't hear any summons. Yang Kai also didn't give them any orders. They could only obediently wait outside, standing there like wooden stakes. They had been living like princes for many years. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Everyone was cursing Yang Kai in their hearts. They wanted him to die early and reincarnate. Only the little princess was innocent. She didn't know what was going on. She only knew that her father ordered them to come here. They had to listen to the man in the room and satisfy all his requests. She was still young. Her innocence hadn't been tainted by the complicated imperial family. She didn't feel wronged. She just stood there for a few days. She was tired and sleepy. At this time, she was leaning on one of her older sister's shoulders and dozing off. Her head was nodding and there were several times when she almost fell to the ground. When the little black dog came out, the princesses saw it. It immediately attracted their attention. They all looked at the little black dog. Second Princess Fu Yu's face was filled with resentment. She still remembered how this little bastard had humiliated her a few days ago, so she naturally bore a grudge against it. She was thinking about how she could take revenge. She wondered if she could seize this opportunity to capture this little bastard and cook it into a pot of dog meat for a sumptuous meal. The little black dog obviously sensed something. It turned its head to look at Fu Yu. It bared its teeth and made a threatening sound from its throat. It was about to pounce. Little bastard, you still dare to be arrogant. There will be a day when I will kill you and eat your meat. Fu Yu thought hatefully. She seemed to have foreseen that scene. An indescribable pleasure swept through her body. At this time, a scream suddenly came from inside the palace. The princesses were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. They looked at each other with blank faces. The little princess who had dozed off was also awakened. Her eyes were wide open. She was more alert than anyone else. She hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened?" No one paid attention to her. The princesses were all listening attentively. Another scream came. This time, the girls heard it even more clearly. However, this sound seemed a little strange. It didn't sound like an accident. It was very suppressed and very soft. It sounded like the faces of the princesses turned red. They obviously realized something. They didn't have the mood to eavesdrop. Instead, they wanted to block their ears so that this sound wouldn't dirty their ears. The suppressed sound became louder and louder. It was intermittent. Sometimes it was high-pitched and sometimes it was low-pitched. It sounded like it was about to die. The little princess was shocked. Her face turned pale. What's going on? The sound inside is very strange. Did something happen? Should we go in and take a look? The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this suggestion. The sixth princess, who was standing beside the little princess, hurriedly said, "Don't go in." "Why? Why can't we go in?" the little princess asked. The sixth princess stomped her feet. "Children shouldn't ask so many questions." "Oh." The little princess nodded obediently. Although she didn't know the reason, since the sixth sister said so, she must have her reasons. She suddenly looked at her sisters curiously and said with a worried face, "Second sister, sixth sister, 11th sister, why are your faces so red? Are you sick?" The 11th princess glared at her and said angrily, "What sick? When have we ever been sick?" "But..." The little princess worriedly stretched out her small hand and touched the sixth princess's cheek. She was so scared that she retracted her hand and said, "Sixth sister, your face is so hot. It's terrible. Hurry up and ask father to come and take a look." The 11th princess glanced at the sixth princess, covered her mouth and smiled. "Sixth sister, it's useless to ask father to see this." "Then who should see it?" The 11th princess pouted her lips and said, "Just ask the man inside to come and take a look." After saying that, she laughed. Her waist bent down and she trembled for a while. "Then I'll ask him to come over." The little princess believed her and rushed into the hall. But after taking 2 steps, she timidly stepped back and said in fear, "Is he killing people? I don't dare to go in." The 11th princess laughed even more happily. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water. She pointed out, "He's not killing people, but he is eating people." Eat people." The little princess's face turned pale. The 11th princess tried to scare her. "The man inside is a vicious man. He likes to eat little girls with tender skin like you the most. If you are caught by him, he will eat your 10 fingers first, then your nose, and then your ears." As he spoke, he chewed on the food in an extremely realistic manner, as if he was really eating something with relish. "Ah!" The little princess was frightened. She suddenly jumped into the sixth princess's arms and trembled. She said in a trembling voice, "Sixth sister, save me. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten by him." "Why are you scaring her?" The sixth princess glared at the 11th princess fiercely. "My little sister is pure. She will believe whatever others say. Why are you scaring her?" The 11th princess shrugged her shoulders and said, "Anyway, I'm bored and want to have some fun. Sigh, this erotic drama, I can only listen but not do it. It's really boring." Fu Yu said coldly, "If you want to, you can go in. But I don't know if he wants you." The 11th princess said, "Forget it. That guy is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that I will be eaten until not even bones are left." Hearing this, the little princess believed her more and more. She hugged the sixth princess tightly and cried, "Sixth sister, take me away. I don't want to be here. Father, save me. Father, save me." Woo woo. Fu Yu glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Cover her ears." The sixth princess quickly reached out and covered the little princess's ears tightly. The sound in the palace kept coming. In the beginning, it was somewhat restrained, but in the end, it became unrestrained. It made the princesses feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the little princess seemed to be tired after crying. She fell asleep in her sixth sister's arms. The tear stains were still there. The sixth princess was distressed and angry. She felt that the man was really not a good thing. Chapter 2970. It's really useless. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing, who was lying on the bed, speechless. He used the dragon transformation art again, but there were no special changes this time. His body was still only 4.5 meters tall, and there were no signs of him growing taller. Zhu Qing covered her snow-white body with the blanket and frowned slightly. "I already told you, why didn't you believe me?" Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a problem whether he believed her or not. It was just that men were lustful and wanted to have sex with her. Yang Kai withdrew the dragon transformation art and giggled. "I didn't do it enough. If I do it a few more times, maybe." After saying that, he threw himself onto the bed again. "Stop fooling around." Zhu Qing pushed him away with a serious expression. Dragons are inherently lustful. The more you fuse with the origin, the more obvious it will be. You need to restrain yourself. Since they had become intimate a few days ago, Zhu Qing had been very obedient. Now that she had suddenly become so serious and dignified, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He always felt like he owed her something. It wasn't good to force her anymore, so he could only nod and say, okay, I'll restrain myself. But if everyone in the dragon race is like this, how are you going to live? Zhu Qing said, "Only those male dragons are like this, and they won't be impudent to their brethren on the Dragon Island." Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Then what if they need it? What do we do?" Zhu Qing didn't want to answer this question, but she knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. She could only frown and say, "They have their own ways." These words inevitably made Yang Kai's imagination run wild. Some extremely funny scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was ready to make fun of Zhu Lai when he saw him again. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Didn't I say that you're not allowed to touch me without my permission?" Yang Kai said innocently, "You didn't agree just now? I thought you agreed. Don't do this again." Zhu Qing pinched Yang Kai's arm hard to vent her dissatisfaction. Then, she began to put on her clothes. Yang Kai supported his head with his hands and looked at her foolishly. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Qing blushed. "You're so pretty." Yang Kai's sweet words came out of his mouth. "I can look at you for a lifetime. I don't know how many women I've told this to." There was jealousy in Zhu Qing's words. She quickly tidied up her dress and looked around blankly. "Where is Bow Wow?" "He's guarding the door." Yang Kai pointed at the door. Zhu Qing suddenly remembered that the black puppy had been driven out by Yang Kai. Then, she remembered that there were still a few princesses standing outside the door. Her face suddenly turned pale. His performance just now was unbearable to the ear. He was afraid that the other party had heard everything clearly. How could he have the face to see others now? She was embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ear. "Stand up." Yang Kai got up. He was naked. Although he was not burly, his body was very well proportioned and exuded a masculine aura. Facing Zhu Qing, who was embarrassed and annoyed, he just smiled and played dumb. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily. She didn't look at the places where she shouldn't look. She picked up his clothes from the bed and carefully dressed him. It was the first time that the dragon girl had done this, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. A man's clothes were always different from a woman's clothes. She had never had the experience of serving others. Moreover, Yang Kai was facing her, so she was even more restrained. After a while, she gradually got into a good mood and dressed Yang Kai neatly. She held Yang Kai's hand and walked to the dressing table. She pressed young Kai to sit down on a chair and carefully combed his hair. Young Kai stared at the figure in the mirror with a smile. Seeing her attentive look, his vanity soared. Half a day later, the human sovereign came in a hurry. When he arrived at the door, he looked at his daughters in surprise. "Why are you standing outside?" Fu Yu pursed her lips and said, "He asked us to wait here." The human sovereign frowned. "Has it been like this for the past few days?" Fu Yu nodded slightly. The human sovereign sighed and showed a disappointed look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. He just said loudly, "Master, the information you asked for has been found." The door opened. Young Kai and Zhu Qing walked out one by one. The human sovereign bowed and squeezed out a flattering smile on his face. The expressions of the several princesses were all different. The second Princess Fu Yu could not hide the look of contempt in her eyes, especially when she looked at Zhu Qing. The sixth princess lowered her head and no one could see her expression, while the 11th princess was staring at young Kai with great interest, as if she was secretly looking forward to something. The little princess, on the other hand, turned pale and quietly hid behind her sixth sister, her body trembling. Young Kai could see the reaction of the girls at a glance. He snorted in his heart and didn't have time to care about it. He just looked at the human sovereign and said, "Tell me about it." The human sovereign replied, 30 minutes ago, there were signs of someone fighting at the Eagle Beak Cliff. I sent people to investigate immediately. The battle was over. More than 10 members of the demon race died. All of them had extraordinary cultivation. Did you find out who did it? The human sovereign shook his head and said, "No. It's just that in this reincarnation world, all humans live in the human sovereign city. Other than the two you mentioned, I'm afraid no one will stay outside. They also don't have the strength to kill more than 10 members of the demon race. Therefore, I guess the person you're looking for is probably near the Eagle Beak Cliff." Young Kai nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's go and take a look." The human sovereign heard this and said, "I'll arrange it immediately and have someone lead the way." "No need. I know the place. My wife and I will go and check it out ourselves." In the past few days, young Kai had memorized the landscape of the reincarnation world. Therefore, when the human sovereign mentioned the Eagle Beak Cliff, he knew where it was. "Then the two of you must be careful." Young Kai grinned and said, "If everything goes well, we may leave this world directly. Thank you for your hospitality, Master." Hearing this, the human sovereign's face lit up. He couldn't wait for young Kai to get out of here as soon as possible so that his rule wouldn't be threatened. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "I'm sorry for not being a good host. Please forgive me." Young Kai was too lazy to argue with him. Just as he was about to ask Zhu Qing to leave, he suddenly saw Fu Yu still looking at Zhu Qing with disdain. He was annoyed. Young Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Bow wow, let's go." Woof. The black puppy stood up and barked at Fu Yu. Then, it slowly walked toward young Kai. "What? What did you say?" Young Kai stared at the black puppy. Woof. The black puppy tilted its head, wondering what young Kai was up to. "What? How can that be? You evil creature, don't let your imagination run wild. You've gone too far." The black puppy was completely dumbfounded. It stood there dumbfounded, its eyes filled with confusion. Young Kai continued, "As a human, you must know your place. Even as a dog, you must know your place. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Understand? It's a good thing I'm here. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to a pulp." As he spoke, he glanced at the human sovereign. The group was confused by his words, and the princesses were even more confused. Fu Yu frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The human sovereign, on the other hand, was a smart person. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, what is this pet beast of yours trying to do? If you don't mind, you can tell me. If it's within my means, I will." Young Kai chuckled. "It's nothing much. It just made an interesting request. You don't have to worry about it." The human sovereign grumbled inwardly, but he said, "Since it's interesting, why don't you tell me about it?" Yang Kai pointed at Fu Yu. This little bastard has taken a liking to the second princess, saying that it hit it off with her and wants to take her away. Don't you think that's funny? The smile on the human sovereign's face froze. He didn't know how to respond as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Fu Yu's face paled as she cried out, "Impossible." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "What's impossible?" Fu Yu panicked. How could it possibly take a liking to me? You're just making things up. Yang Kai scoffed. If it were me, I wouldn't have taken a liking to you either. But it did. What can I do about it? It's probably like a tortoise falling in love with a bean. If you don't believe me, you can ask it yourself. How am I supposed to ask? Fu Yu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't possibly ask the black puppy this question. Although she was sure that Yang Kai was taking revenge on her, the situation was beyond her control. If she wasn't careful, she might really be taken away and become a plaything for this bastard. This was worse than killing her. How could she agree to it? Imperial father. She hurriedly looked at the human sovereign, wanting to ask for help. But what she saw made her words stuck in her throat. She saw her imperial father frowning, deep in thought, as if he was considering whether or not to agree to this matter. In an instant, all her hopes were dashed and she lost all her strength. Her imperial father was really considering whether or not to give her to that little bastard. That's right. Her imperial father was so afraid of this pair of adulterers. If he could send them away safely, not to mention one daughter, even if he had to send all his daughters away, he wouldn't even frown. Since ancient times, there had been no familial love in the royal family. She didn't know what she was hoping for. The human sovereign opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai chuckled. "Second princess, you worry too much. Although Bo Wow likes you, I can't take you away. Second princess, just stay in the human sovereign city and be your princess." Fu Yu didn't answer. She stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Second princess, are you saying that you want to leave with me? If that's the case, just say the word." This young master might consider it. Yang Kai's lips curled up. Fu Yu quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. She didn't want him to cause any more trouble. The human sovereign snorted. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble? Perhaps there was something wrong with the way Fu Yu looked at the dragon girl. He glared at Fu Yu and said, "Come over here and thank the master." Fu Yu didn't dare to disobey. She walked over and bowed. In a low voice, she said, "Thank you, master." His arrogance had been completely wiped clean. Chapter 2971. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were about to leave through the space magic array in the city, and the human sovereign personally sent them off. A group of princes and princesses followed closely behind. Anyone with a bit of dignity in the human sovereign city had also come. The procrastination of such a large group of people made those who didn't know the truth wonder what was going on. Along the way, the human sovereign seemed to be very talkative and considerate, constantly reminding Yang Kai of the things to pay attention to outside. Yang Kai would respond from time to time. After finally sending them to the space magic array, the human sovereign secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as this guy left, the human sovereign city would still be his world in the future, and the rule of the royal family would not be shaken. He personally blessed Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with the seal of human sovereign and ordered people to open the space magic array. When the light of the teleportation lit up, the human sovereign's hanging heart finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai's words completely shattered his good mood. In the future, the Japanese master may come here again, so I hope master can take good care of the holy tree, and don't arbitrarily extract its power. The light lit up, and Yang Kai and Zhu Qing disappeared. The human sovereign felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the smile on his face became stiff. Many princes and princesses, as well as the powerhouses in the city, all sensed that the human sovereign was not in a good mood, and kept quiet out of fear. After a long while, the human sovereign's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong aura, turning into a wave of air that spread in all directions. As this wave of air spread, he seemed to have vented his anger, and his entire person became much older. Tens of thousands of miles away from the human sovereign city, in the depths of a cave in an extremely hidden forest, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing leisurely appeared. The cave was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers in front of them, and there was only a slanted tunnel leading to the surface. In the tunnel, there was a simple space magic array connected to the space magic array in the city. There were more than a dozen places like this in the entire reincarnation world, covering almost half of the reincarnation world. The cultivator of the human sovereign city used these space magic arrays to repeatedly come and go. Each space magic array was built in an extremely hidden way, for fear of being discovered by the demon race and being destroyed. Even if the demon race did discover these space magic arrays, they could only destroy them. Without the support of the human sovereign seal, they could not enter the human sovereign city through the space magic array. 2-2. The space array that he had set up could only be activated by wearing a special teleportation token. The two of them walked out of the tunnel and came to the surface. There were no abnormalities in the laws of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was obvious that the reincarnation world was leaning towards the astral world. Yang Kai, protect me. Zhu Qing did not waste any time. She instructed Yang Kai to use the dragon race's secret technique to find Zhu Lai. Hey, what did you call me? Zhu Qing whispered, husband. She had never called a man that way before. She felt her heart beating rapidly. This simple address seemed to have connected the two of them together, sharing life and death, honor and disgrace. Yang Kai finally showed a satisfied expression. Zhu Qing cut her palm, and a drop of red blood rolled down. It was like a burning flame, extremely hot. It fell to the ground and disappeared. An obscure and profound incantation sounded. Zhu Qing's face was solemn, as if she was praying to an unknown god. She was full of piety. Yang Kai had seen a similar scene once. It was when Zhu Qing used the secret technique in the frozen earth. Therefore, he knew that the secret technique that Zhu Qing was using was the same one that Zhu Lai used. It was a secret technique that was specially used to find people. After a while, the incantation became louder and more intense. It shook the heaven and earth, as if thunder was rolling and dragons were roaring. A dark red dot bloomed from the ground. Then, something that looked like a blood coral grew out of the ground. It only stopped when it was 1 foot tall. Zhu Qing stopped the incantation and reached out to suck the blood coral up. She glanced at the direction where the light on the blood coral floated. She pointed at a place and said, "It's over there." Yang Kai nodded and flew up. He flew in that direction with Zhu Qing. After half a cup of tea's time, the two of them arrived at a cliff. From a distance, this cliff looked like the perch of an eagle, and the cliff was the eagle's beak. This was the eagle's beak cliff that the human sovereign had mentioned before. When the two of them arrived, they found that there were corpses of the demon race here. The ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. Moreover, from the traces left behind, although the battle was fierce, it was very short. This was because the demon race seemed to have been killed before they could use their full strength. This could only mean one thing: the enemies that the demon race encountered were very strong, so strong that they could easily crush them. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded slightly and said, "There's the aura of the dragon race. It's Zhu Lai. Can you see where they went?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing looked at the blood coral and pointed to the left, "This way." Another hour later, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Obviously, he had discovered something. Zhu Qing also sensed something and focused her vision to look forward. The world energy in that direction was fluctuating, and there were faint sounds of fighting. It seemed that there was some kind of conflict. The two of them looked at each other and immediately increased their speed. After a while, the scene in front of them entered their eyes. A group of demon race soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, surrounded a certain area. The gathered demonic chi soared into the sky, and there were two figures in the area surrounded by them. They were Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been separated from Yang Kai after entering the reincarnation world. It was unknown whether the two of them had always been together, or if they had met up later. The situation of the two of them was not optimistic. Although they were the only powerhouses in the world, there seemed to be a few demon king among the demon race soldiers surrounding them. They were relying on their advantage in numbers to constantly contend with them and exhaust their strength. Several dozen members of the demon race had already died on the ground, obviously at the hands of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. The demon race consisted of hundreds of races, and each race had its own unique divine technique. The shadow demon was good at escaping, the succubus demon was good at bewitching, the power demon had infinite strength, and the blood demon was sinister and mysterious. If one did not understand the characteristics of these demon race, it would be easy to suffer losses. If it had been an ordinary third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator, even if there were two of them, they would have been defeated long ago. It was also thanks to Zhu Lai being a member of the dragon race that he was able to stand tall under such a heavy encirclement. However, he was him, and Li Jiao was Li Jiao. Zhu Lai clearly did not care about Li Jiao's life or death. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, Li Jiao's state was clearly not right. His emotions were extremely high, and his body was faintly emitting traces of black qi, as if he had been corroded by the demonic qi. Moreover, his eyes were slightly red, and his movements were somewhat stiff. The circulation of his emperor qi was also intermittent. In the midst of the demon race's army, an enchanting and charming succubus demon was casting a technique on him. An invisible voice of bewitchment broke through Li Jiao's mental defenses without leaving a trace. The murmuring voice echoed in his mind, wanting to destroy his will and turn him into a demon slave. This was the most common method used by succubus demons. Compared to the other demon races, the succubus demon race was generally delicate and weak, but their divine sense was incomparably powerful. They were most proficient in this kind of sneaky and insidious method. Several demon commanders fearlessly launched attacks at Zhu Lai, but their bodies exploded with a few pokes from Zhu Lai's finger, and blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, the blood that covered the sky suddenly retracted, and as if it had a mind of its own, it turned into a blood snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it bit towards Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. He spat out a scorching dragon's breath, incinerating the countless blood snakes. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a blood snake came charging at him from within the dragon's breath. Zhu Lai did not even realize how it had broken through. At first glance, this blood snake looked no different from other blood snakes, but upon closer inspection, one could see how powerful and unique it was. At this moment, it was too late to defend, so Zhu Lai could only activate his dragon Yuan and prepare to take this attack head-on. A strange cackle suddenly sounded from within the blood snake, full of pride, as if some scheme had succeeded. Zhu Lai frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. It did not seem wise for him to choose to take this attack head-on. Just as the blood snake was about to hit Zhu Lai, a pitch-black crescent blade suddenly slashed down from the sky, brushing past Zhu Lai's head and directly cutting the blood snake in half. The blood snake was reduced to ashes as if it had been incinerated. At the same time, an extremely mournful scream came from not far away. A blood demon suddenly clutched its head and half knelt on the ground, its expression twisted in pain. "Who is it?" Zhu Lai shouted in a low voice. When he looked up, he saw a familiar figure appear in the sky. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned, his face filled with confusion. What? He did not hear what Yang Kai had just called him. As soon as his voice fell, Li Jiao, who had been standing behind him to defend against the enemy, suddenly turned around and sent a palm strike towards him without warning. Emperor Qi surged from his palm as his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation erupted at this moment. Li Jiao's eyes lost focus, clearly not acting on his own accord, but the power of this palm strike was not something Zhu Lai could ignore. A red light flashed, and Zhu Qing mysteriously appeared between Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. She punched out her fist, which landed on Li Jiao's chest first. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Li Jiao screamed in pain. His absent-minded eyes moved again, obviously at a loss about his situation. The next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest as a huge force pressed against his heart, almost stopping it. A burst of qi burst out from his back, tearing apart his clothes as he flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Zhu Lai turned around and saw Zhu Qing. At first, he was overjoyed, but then his expression turned cold. "You're not dead yet. Is that how you talk to your elder sister?" Zhu Qing glared at him. Zhu Lai coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Zhu Qing in disbelief, exclaiming, You, what about me?" Zhu Qing pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed red as she guessed why Zhu Lai was so surprised, interrupting him, "If you have something to say it later." Chapter 2972. The arrival of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing shocked many members of the demon race, especially the blood demon and the succubus demon, who had attacked secretly, which made them tremble with fear. Whether it was the howling blood demon or the pale-faced succubus demon, they were both demon king-level existences. The two demon kings had attacked without leaving any traces behind, but they had been countered by the newcomers one by one, and even injured one of them. This was simply inconceivable. Just as they were in a daze, the sound of a dog barking suddenly entered their ears. Immediately after, a bubbling black puppy charged out from the side. Its 4 short legs were like wheels as it ran excitedly towards a demon general. It was as if it had seen an enchanting female dog when it was in heat. It was extremely comical. That demon general should be a power demon. His body was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge axe in his hand. The blade of the axe was bright and sharp, and it was emitting a dense black aura. It was obviously a demon weapon. Seeing the black puppy charging towards him, the demon general's expression immediately became ruthless. He shook his head, raised the huge axe in his hand, and smashed it down towards the black puppy. His movements were very casual because he could feel that the black puppy wasn't very strong. He could easily kill such a little bastard. The attention of the other members of the demon race was also attracted by Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Other than a few members of the demon race who glanced at the black puppy, no one paid much attention to it. The huge axe chopped down, but the black puppy nimbly dodged it. It was so agile that it was ridiculous. The demon general's attack missed, and he was slightly stunned. He was a little angry from embarrassment, and before he could do anything else, the black puppy suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards him. The black puppy's head, which wasn't too big, suddenly swelled up, and suddenly became the size of a door. It caught the demon general in its mouth. Everyone was shocked. Many members of the demon race turned their heads and stared at the black puppy in amazement, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Zhu Qing and her brother were obviously taken aback as well. They never expected this unassuming little thing to possess such power, swallowing a demon general in a single bite. Although the demon general wasn't very strong, it was still equivalent to an origin king, and as a demon general from the power demon clan, not even an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator could be his opponent. Zhu Qing was especially shocked. Although she found the black puppy to be a bit strange these days, she never expected it to possess such a divine technique. Only Yang Kai remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to Gong Yu, the black puppy possessed the bloodline of a strange beast from the territory of the demon Return to Ruins. This bloodline was hidden very deeply, but it was awakened by Gong Yu's demon race secret technique in Azure Sun Temple. At that time, the black puppy could be described as holding back 10,000 enemies, and Gong Yu was able to contend with 10 masters from the Emperor realm for a long time with its divine technique. It could even swallow a third-layer Emperor realm master like Fengming in one gulp, let alone a mere demon general. It was just that the black puppy's performance had not been very stable these days. Except for swallowing manager Liao, it had not used this divine technique again. A few days ago, it had fought with Fu Yu in the Imperial Palace for a long time, but it had not swallowed Fu Yu. At this time, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Yang Kai reckoned that it had something to do with these demon race. Return to Ruins was a strange beast from the territory of the demon race, after all. The aura of the demon race made the black puppy extremely happy, and these demon race were probably delicious food to it. Just as Yang Kai was deep in thought, the demon general in the black puppy's mouth struggled with all its might. It could be seen with the naked eye that the black puppy's mouth bulged from time to time. Its huge mouth was completely disproportionate to its short body, and it was swayed by the demon general's strength. Suddenly, it raised its head and made a swallowing motion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small lump swelled up in its throat, then rolled down to its abdomen and disappeared. Its door-sized mouth also returned to its original size at the same time, but its abdomen didn't change at all. No one knew where a living demon general had been swallowed to go, and even the demon general's huge axe had disappeared without a trace. A series of gasps sounded, and the demon race felt their hair stand on end. The black puppy licked its lips, and its expression was as if it hadn't had enough. Its pair of bright eyes looked towards the demon race's gathering place. Every demon race that it saw, no matter how strong or weak they were, couldn't help but have goosebumps, as if they had met their natural enemy, and their hearts trembled. Without needing any instructions, the moment danger shrouded them, the numerous demon races' secret techniques were used one after another. Streaks of pitch-black energy turned into attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the black puppy. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he wanted to observe, so he didn't make a move to stop them. The black puppy whimpered, but it wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was excited. It jumped 3 feet into the air and opened its mouth again. This time, its mouth opened even wider than before, and the huge mouth seemed to be connected to an unknown world, emitting an extremely strong suction force. The attacks that were aimed at it were all swallowed up, and there wasn't even a drop left. The black puppy became even more ferocious, and it pounced forward despite the numerous demon races' attacks. Its mouth opened to the size of a house, and it bit down. The space where it bit down shattered, and a large part of the void was missing. The dozen or so demon race in this area instantly disappeared, and the remaining people fled for their lives, quickly distancing themselves from the black puppy. Gulp, the black puppy swallowed another mouthful, but it still wasn't satisfied, and it turned its gaze to the other demon race. Exterminate the demon race in the territory. Return to ruins. A low shout sounded, and within the demon race, an existence whose entire body was pitch black, as if it was wrapped in smoke, cried out in horror. He recognized the origin of the black puppy, and his voice was full of fear. This person from the demon race was a demon king-level existence, and his aura wasn't weak, almost equivalent to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Coupled with his shadow demon background, he could even easily assassinate a third-order Emperor Realm Master if he was caught off guard. He was the strongest among this group of demon race, and he should also be the leader of this group of demon race. But such a master, after recognizing the origin of the black puppy, actually cried out in horror, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, before exploding into 9 streaks that fled in all directions. Return to Ruins was famous in the territory of the demon race, and it was known as the Exterminate Demon Territory. Although it was born in the territory of the demon race, it could almost be said to be the enemy of the demon race. It existed to devour, and the demonic chi and demon race were its favorite foods. It was rumored that in the real territory of the demon race, there was once a return to ruins that wreaked havoc everywhere, and even the demon saint was no match for it. In the era without the great demon god, the return to ruins was simply the overlord of the demon race territory. It had devoured countless demon race, and destroyed countless demon race towns. Return to ruins represented destruction, and wherever it went, there would be ruins. That was why it had the name Return to Ruins. In the end, a powerful demon saint led all the demon race to fight the Return to Ruins to fight to the death. That battle lasted for decades, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their population was almost reduced by more than half, and the areas that were destroyed occupied 2/3 of the entire demon territory. The demon race won in the end, and the Return to Ruins was killed. As the leader, the demon saint broke through the limit of power and became the great demon god, becoming the ruler of the entire demon territory. It was also because of that battle that the living environment of the entire demon territory became extremely bad, and many masters in the demon territory had no choice but to expand their territory and look for a more suitable world to live in. Every member of the demon race was familiar with this period of history. Even the demon race in the reincarnation world was the same. That was why when he saw the black puppy use the devouring divine technique, the demon king immediately thought of the reputation of destroying the demon territory. Even though he couldn't determine whether this was return to ruins, the sense of crisis of life and death couldn't be faked. Once the return to ruins swallowed him, there was basically no chance of survival. He was scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly used the divine technique to escape. Only one of the 9 smokes hid the real body, and the other 8 were just a diversion. In front of this divine technique, even an enemy who was stronger than him wouldn't be able to stop him. The shadow demon was adept at escaping, and this was the best description. But this time, the shadow demon king miscalculated. Before the smokes could run more than 100 feet, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier. 8 of them collapsed, and the other one retreated. The shadow demon's figure reappeared, and his face was ashen. He raised his head and looked at the human in the sky. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and the power of the law of space fluctuated around him. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a swamp. It suddenly became extremely sticky, and the edges were as hard as steel, turning into a cage. All the members of the demon race lowered their bodies, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai were also slightly uncomfortable, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately target them. In addition, the 2 dragon race members were quite strong, so they were much better off than the demon race members. Li Jiao groaned and seemed to have regained his consciousness, but he was seriously injured by Zhu Qing's palm on his chest. Now he could only lie on the ground, urging his emperor's qi to heal himself while resisting the corrosion of the demonic qi. "Bo Wow, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Yang Kai said lightly. The black puppy immediately jumped up and pounced on the blood demon who had used the secret technique to sneak attack Zhu Lai. It clearly felt that this demon race was more delicious than the other demon race members. The blood demon's sneak attack on Zhu Lai had failed. Yang Kai's moon blade had cut off its secret technique, injuring its divine sense and greatly reducing its strength. When it saw the black puppy pouncing on it, its expression changed greatly. It turned around and turned into a bloody light, enveloping the black puppy instead of retreating. The Return to Ruins was a well-known name, so he had naturally heard of it. However, even if the black puppy in front of him had returned to ruins, it was only a cub that had returned to ruins. As a demon king, he naturally had the strength to contend with it. The bloody light spread out in the air, becoming bigger than a house. It was like a bloody net that was about to envelop the black puppy. The black puppy tilted its head and looked at it, looking very confused. It clearly didn't understand how this guy could become bigger than its mouth. It tried its best to open its mouth, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get bigger than the bloody net. It suddenly became angry and took a deep breath. An incomparably powerful suction force came, and screams came from the bloody net. It was like a pancake that was being folded and slowly pulled into the black puppy's huge mouth. Chapter 2973. The thick, blood-red light was sucked into the huge mouth. The blood demon reverted to his original form in a panic, but it made it even easier for the black puppy to devour him. The huge mouth suddenly closed, biting down on the blood demon's waist. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free. The blood demon's face paled in fright. He cried out for help, but which member of the demon race was bold enough to save him? The black puppy's aura was not powerful, but its unique aura made them feel a chill in their bones. Coupled with the shadow demon's cry for return to ruins earlier, they all trembled in fear. Right now, all they wanted to do was get as far away from this little thing as possible. The blood demon was devoured bit by bit. He was actually unable to use his divine technique at all. He was like an ordinary demon folk who had never cultivated before. He could not even use the demonic qi in his body. As far as the eye could see, this scene was extremely similar to a python devouring its prey. Snakes and pythons could devour prey that was much larger than themselves, so why couldn't the black puppy do the same? Dark red flames blossomed, and a scorching power erupted. It was the Zhu siblings who had made their move. The 2 of them were both red dragons, so they specialized in the origin energy of fire. As soon as they attacked, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly increased. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a furnace, about to melt all the demon race. dragon breaths, spinning fireballs, and flaming blades swept through the air. The demon race were immediately sent flying. They were thrown into disarray. One by one, the demon race fell like weeds. The demon race had many people, and most of their divine technique was mysterious and difficult to defend against, but even if Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not come, Zhu Lai would not have suffered any losses with his strength. An eighth-step red dragon, an existence that had surpassed the third layer of the Emperor realm, was enough to slaughter this demon race. In just a single exchange, more than half of the members of the demon race were killed or injured. None of those who were swept by the scorching flames survived, and all of them lost their lives. The succubus demon screamed, the shadow demon's expression changed, and the sand demon tried to escape by burrowing into the ground. However, the surrounding space was sealed, and the divine technique of burrowing into the ground could not be used. He was bounced out as soon as he plunged into the ground. Zhu Qing rushed forward and punched the scantily clad succubus demon with her delicate fist. A violent force exploded and turned her into a bloody mist. Not even her bones remained. She had been unhappy with this succubus demon for a long time. She secretly sent him flirtatious glances. She didn't know who she was throwing them at, but that person seemed to be enjoying it. Sand Devil had failed to escape underground. Just as he was about to stand firm, Zhu Lai's flaming blade came slashing down from the sky, splitting him into two halves. The remaining shadow demon couldn't do anything by himself. He turned his head and looked around. His army of 100 people was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only one left. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet turned cold. The two dragon race had not even revealed their true forms, yet they were already so powerful. If they did, they would still be able to defeat them even if they were 10 times stronger. Zhu Lai rushed toward the shadow demon. The shadow demon wanted to use the same life-saving divine technique again, but the dragons might made him dizzy. How could he use it again? Zhu Lai smashed his fist toward him, shattering his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, the black puppy had just swallowed the blood demon. A gulping sound came from its throat. It was still not satisfied, but when it turned around, there were no longer any living demon race members. The hundreds of demon race members were all dead. It snorted and ignored the corpses. It only raised its head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hadn't made a move. Other than creating a spatial cage, he didn't kill any demon race. This was because he knew that there was no need for him to make a move. He landed beside Li Jiao and looked down at him. Li Jiao just happened to open his eyes. When he saw Yang Kai, he immediately revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Palace Master Yang, save me." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Brother Li, what do you mean by that? I see that Brother Li is full of energy and vigor. How could you need me to save you?" Li Jiao said anxiously, "Palace Master Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. I've been corrupted by the demonic qi. Can't you see?" He and Zhu Lai had been stranded in the reincarnation world, but they weren't as lucky as Yang Kai. No one had led them to the human sovereign city and they had remained in the outside world. When the laws of heaven and earth changed, the old demon qi filled the air. Even though Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he still couldn't resist it. In the end, the demonic qi invaded his body. That trace of demonic qi was extremely difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones and couldn't be dispelled no matter what. If it wasn't for this, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been controlled by a succubus demon. Being injured by Zhu Qing was a small matter. It was only a matter of breaking a few bones and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He would be able to recover after a period of rest. Being corrupted by the demonic qi was life-threatening. If things went wrong, he might even become the demon race. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like seeing a life-saving straw. "I can see it, but there's nothing I can do about your situation," Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said. When Li Jiao heard this, he almost cried, "Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li only came because of you. If Palace Master Yang hadn't invited me, how could this Li have ended up here? Isn't it natural to be a tyrant in my fire dragon palace? Now that I've ended up in this situation, Palace Master Yang should also take some responsibility. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression, afraid that he would anger him. As expected, Yang Kai was very angry and said with a straight face, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. The reason you came with me was because we agreed on the conditions in advance. It wasn't that you didn't gain anything. What's more, I didn't cause you to be corrupted by the demonic qi. It was your own lack of strength and determination. What responsibility do I have to take?" Li Jiao said with a sad face, "Palace Master Yang, can you bear to see this Li be corrupted by the demonic qi, lose his mind, and become a demon?" Why can't I bear to?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Don't worry, if you really become a demon, this young master will definitely free you and give you a quick death." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Yang Kai to that damned frigid earth. Now that he had ended up like this, he didn't know what his future path was, so he was at a loss. All right, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him up. His change of expression was so quick that Li Jiao wasn't used to it. He looked at him blankly and said, "Palace Master Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "It's just being corrupted by the demonic qi. If it were anyone else, they would have already been turned into a demon. Fortunately, Brother Li's cultivation is deep, so although you have been corrupted, it's not impossible to treat." Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he quickly said, "This Li knew that Palace Master Yang wouldn't leave me in the lurch. I ask Palace Master Yang to teach me a way to save me. A way to save you is right in front of you." Yang Kai chuckled. Li Jiao didn't understand. Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away and said in a low voice, "Go find Zhu Lai and have him give you some dragon blood. Dragon blood has divinity, so it should be enough for you to expel the demonic qi." Li Jiao was frightened and his face paled. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke like this. How could dragon blood be so easy to obtain? If Zhu Lai knew that I had such thoughts, I'm afraid he would slap me to death. This Li is just a little Jiao, how could I dare to have such thoughts? That's why you want to have such thoughts. With your background, if you can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, tsk, gudong." Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. Speaking of which, he was still a descendant of the dragon race. Although he was greatly suppressed by the dragon race's bloodline, if he could really drink a mouthful of dragon blood, it would be of great help to his strength. It would definitely raise his bloodline to a new level. Yang Kai's words sounded inconceivable at first, but they echoed in his ears like magic, causing him to become restless. His eyes flashed with excitement and the demonic qi on his body seemed to thicken a little. Yang Kai saw this but didn't point it out. He only chuckled and turned his head to the side. On the other side, Zhu Qing and her brother seemed to be up to something. One of them looked as if she had made a huge mistake. Her eyes were darting around, and she didn't dare to look at the other party at all. The other one was shocked and kept looking at his sister as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red and her eyes drifted even more. "You." After a while, Zhu Lai opened his mouth to speak. "How did you advance to the 9th rank?" From the moment they met just now, Zhu Lai felt that something was wrong. Zhu Qing's bloodline seemed to be a lot purer than his. One must know that when she left Dragon Island last time, the siblings were both at the 8th rank. It was very difficult to advance in the dragon race's bloodline. On one hand, it was affected by the inheritance of one's parents. On the other hand, it was also dependent on one's own efforts and the support of Dragon Island. All three were indispensable. The siblings were one of the few powerhouses on Dragon Island. The 8th rank was already very impressive, and even the Great Elder was only at the 10th rank. The Great Elder once asserted that the siblings would very likely stay at the 8th rank for the rest of their lives. There was only a very small hope for them to break through to the 9th rank. The Great Elder lived a long life and his vision was very sharp. Usually, the things he said wouldn't change too much. The truth was indeed so. Ever since the siblings advanced to the 8th rank, it became more and more difficult for their bloodline to advance. No matter how many dragon blood flowers they ate, no matter how long they secluded themselves in the dragon palace, there was no obvious effect. He never thought that he would suddenly see his own sister become a 9th-rank giant dragon. This was simply too inconceivable. Zhu Lai believed that he didn't see wrongly. The dragon race was very sensitive to each other's bloodline. Even if Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true form, the aura of the 9th rank couldn't be faked. Zhu Lai felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. He was jealous and envious of his sister's advancement. He really wanted to know the secret of Zhu Qing's advancement. Zhu Qing didn't reply, but her expression became even more bashful. Zhu Lai asked again. Only then did Zhu Qing said softly, "The opportunity came, impossible." Zhu Lai immediately denied. He felt that Zhu Qing was too petty. She actually wanted to keep this a secret. His curiosity grew even stronger. "Qing, you're already at the 9th rank?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in surprise. Chapter 2974. After asking, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that in the imperial palace of the human sovereign city, Zhu Qing had once shown her true form, which was a huge red dragon that was 300 feet long. Zhu Lai's form in Azure Sun Temple at that time seemed to be smaller than hers, only 200 feet long. Similar to his situation, the purity of the dragon race's bloodline could be seen from the size of her true form. It seemed that Zhu Qing's bloodline was really stronger than Zhu Lai's. Zhu Lai was not lying when he said that she was a 9th-order dragon. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai feel very strange. 9th order is 9th order, it's a good thing. Don't you dragon race always pursue the purity of your bloodline? Qing, why are you blushing? Impossible, impossible, how is this possible? Zhu Lai muttered, his eyebrows knitted together. He couldn't understand how Zhu Qing could be promoted to the 9th order in such a short time. He felt indignant in his heart, feeling that the heavens were unfair. Why didn't such a good thing fall on his head? He suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly, asking in a cold voice, "What did you call her just now?" He was shocked by the promotion of Zhu Qing's bloodline and didn't pay much attention to how Yang Kai addressed his sister. Now that he had recovered, he felt that something was wrong. How could such an intimate address come from the mouth of a human? This was simply blasphemy to the dragon race, an insult. However, Zhu Qing didn't refute. He suddenly realized something and his tone became colder, murderous intent lingering. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai stepped forward and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, and then under Zhu Lai's surprised gaze, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder, grinning at him. "You are Qing's younger brother, of course I call you brother-in-law." Zhu Qing twisted her body, but she couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's evil claws. She could only let him do what he wanted. Zhu Lai's pupils suddenly shrank. He wasn't an idiot. Seeing that Zhu Qing didn't reject Yang Kai's intimate actions and instead welcomed him, coupled with the way Yang Kai addressed the two of them, an unimaginable thought finally emerged. His face turned ashen in an instant, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. On the other side, Li Jiao's mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. His mind was in turmoil as he looked at Yang Kai. He felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain, and a feeling of admiration involuntarily appeared in his heart. Was this the act of riding a dragon? Am I dreaming? If that was the case, wouldn't Palace Master Yang be Dragon Island's son-in-law? How could this be? He simply prostrated himself in admiration towards Yang Kai in his heart. Previously, he still had some complaints in his heart, but now, he couldn't bring up this kind of resentment. Compared to what he did, he could even do something as heinous as riding a dragon on Dragon Island. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Zhu Lai's eyes were burning like flames. He looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, and asked in a deep voice, "You guys, aren't you joking?" Yang Kai frowned as he sensed Zhu Lai's murderous intent. He said with some displeasure, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? I want to hear your answer." Zhu Lai didn't pay attention to him and only looked at Zhu Qing. "How can you talk to your sister like that?" Yang Kai's face sank as he said fiercely, "Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're my brother-in-law. If you don't know the difference between superior and inferior, Be careful that I don't beat you up until your sister can't recognize you. Zhu Lai's neck stiffened as his murderous intent burst forth. He stared at young Kai and said in a low voice, I couldn't ask for more. Yo, you dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face? Today, I, as your brother-in-law, will teach you how to behave properly. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk forward, but Zhu Qing reached out and pulled him back. Why are you pulling me? Yang Kai's face was unhappy. Your brother is a bit lawless, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I just plan to break a few bones so that he will remember how to talk to you. Zhu Qing gently shook her head, looked at Zhu Lai, and said, You saw and heard everything. I have nothing to say. Zhu Lai trembled and staggered a few steps. Although Yang Kai's words and actions were all signs, and he had already guessed it, when Zhu Qing confirmed his guess, he still found it hard to accept. The dignified dragon race, the 9th rank red dragon, the leader of all creatures, actually gave herself to a human. This was simply a disgrace to the Dragon Island, a disgrace to the entire dragon race. Zhu Qing, you disappoint me too much. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head, his disappointment was obvious. How can you be so muddle-headed? Yang Kai coldly snorted, You're talking as if I'm a bad person. Zhu Lai, this young master is finding you more and more unpleasant. Same here. Zhu Lai coldly glanced at Yang Kai. The two's gazes collided, and sparks flew everywhere. It looked like a fight could break out at any time. Zhu Qing smiled faintly, and said, I don't think I'm muddle-headed. On the contrary, I think this is the greatest happiness in my life. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's displeasure towards Zhu Lai disappeared in an instant. His whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, and he laughed foolishly. Zhu Lai bitterly said, Women, no matter how strong they are all fools. You should know what the consequences of doing this are. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly pale. She lightly pursed her red lips and nodded. Then why are you still doing this? Zhu Lai roared hysterically, his face full of resentment for failing to meet his expectations. Zhu Qing did not answer, and said with her head lowered, Even if I had another chance to choose, I would still do this. Crazy, really crazy. Zhu Lai kept shaking his head. He looked at Zhu Qing, and then looked at Yang Kai. His expression kept changing, and it was extremely complicated. After a while, he said softly, It's because of him that you can become a 9th rank red dragon, right? I see, I thought this was your opportunity, but I didn't expect. Hee. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red. Obviously, she agreed with Zhu Lai's words. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing strangely. What does your promotion to the 9th rank have to do with me? How could it have anything to do with me? He had no idea when Zhu Qing had broken through to the 9th rank. Don't ask any more, Zhu Qing said shyly. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai suddenly remembered those 2 crazy days in the mysterious small world. At that time, he seemed to have faintly noticed that Zhu Qing's aura had changed, but he did not investigate it. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that her bloodline had already improved at that time. If that was the case, Yang Kai changed his tone and quietly asked, Qing, is it because my primordial yang qi has some effect on you? That, Zhu Qing reached out and pinched his arm, replying with embarrassment, Where did you get this primordial yang qi from? Yang Kai chuckled dryly before winking at her and continuing to send her a divine sense message. You know, it's that. Zhu Qing nodded gently. You have the ancestral dragon bloodline, the essence of your bloodline. It's very helpful to a dragon race cultivator like me. She had never discussed such an explicit topic with a man before, so she couldn't help blushing. Is it really because of me that you were able to break through to the 9th rank? Yang Kai kept asking. Zhu Qing's cheeks burned even more. Does that mean that as long as the two of us work together and train hard? Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he suddenly felt enlightened. There will be a chance for you to upgrade your bloodline to a higher grade. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhu Qing bit her red lips, too embarrassed to continue discussing this topic with Yang Kai. I get it. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhu Lai looked on coldly from the side, seeing the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances, as if they were in love, He wanted to reach out and gouge out his own eyes. He really couldn't understand what Zhu Qing was thinking, why she would make such a stupid choice. He sneered, "Enjoy yourself while you still can, you'll regret it sooner or later. I find that you're really annoying." Yang Kai looked coldly at Zhu Lai. "If you weren't my brother-in-law, I would definitely teach you a lesson." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth. "Do you think I like being your brother-in-law? Don't flatter yourself." Yang Kai said angrily, "If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname isn't Yang. Qing, stand to the side." As he spoke, he pushed Zhu Qing aside, let out a low shout, and directly used the dragonform secret technique. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a 4.5-meter giant, and smashed a fist at Zhu Lai. Under the influence of the bloodline suppression, Zhu Lai couldn't transform into a giant dragon at all, and his cultivation was suppressed by more than 40%. He was secretly shocked. When he fought with Yang Kai last time, this guy didn't seem to be this big, and he only suppressed him because he had a breakthrough. But this time, his ancestral dragon's origin had merged even more. Zhu Lai could only desperately defend against the power of that fist. With a boom, Zhu Lai was sent flying by the giant fist, and his body flashed wildly. Yang Kai chased after him, and without waiting for him to adjust his posture, a storm of attacks came at him. With a series of crackling sounds, Zhu Lai was like a punching bag being hit here and there. "Stop hitting him." Zhu Qing was so anxious that she stomped her feet. One was her man, and the other was her brother. Why couldn't they get along well? They were like enemies the moment they met, and she was stuck in the middle, which was very difficult. "Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson, I won't beat him to death," Yang Kai replied from afar, but he didn't show any mercy. In any case, the skin of an 8th-rank red dragon was thick, and it was very durable. The situation was one-sided, and Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he watched. His admiration for Yang Kai increased by a lot. Not only did he ride a dragon, but he actually beat up his own brother-in-law like this. Throughout history, there was probably no one else besides this Palace Master Yang. But then again, this Palace Master Yang probably didn't know that he had provoked a huge disaster. If you have the ability, don't rely on the bloodline suppression. Zhu Lai took the fist. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured, he had lost all his face. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only use his mouth. "You said this last time, don't you remember your end, stupid boy?" Yang Kai snorted, and continued to punch and kick him. Chapter 2975. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Lai lay on the ground with a bruised face. His clothes were disheveled, and he was panting heavily. He looked like a helpless young girl who had been ravaged by 100 strong men. His eyes were swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. It was almost unnoticeable. His handsome face was even more tragic, almost deformed. "Next time, if you dare to disrespect me or Qing, you'll end up like this." Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. Zhu Lai tilted his head to the side, ignoring him. He secretly decided that where there was life, there was hope. Didn't the human race have a saying, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him"? He would endure for a moment so that he could erupt at a better time. One day, he would let this dragon know how powerful he was. Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation art and returned to his original form. "Yang. Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao's timid voice came from the other side. "Save me." Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly felt like laughing. He saw that the little black dog had unknowingly run to Li Jiao's side, and was sniffing at him. Its eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, and it would occasionally stick out its tongue to lick Li Jiao's exposed skin. Li Jiao had been eroded by the demonic qi, emitting a smell similar to the demon race. It was probably because of this that he attracted the little black dog's attention. The scene of it swallowing a blood demon king was still vivid in his mind, so Li Jiao was very afraid of this little beast. In addition, this was a pet beast brought by Yang Kai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only ask Yang Kai for help. "Bow wow, that's not food," Yang Kai called out. Only then did the little black dog glance at Li Jiao reluctantly. It then obediently walked back and leaped into Zhu Qing's arms. Perverted dog. Yang Kai looked at it with disdain. Speaking of which, the little black dog used to only be close to him, but ever since it met Zhu Qing, it had always been by her side, refusing to leave. Zhu Qing said, "What nonsense are you saying? It's a female dog." Kai Yang was flabbergasted. "Are you serious?" He had never paid attention to the little black dog's gender. He walked over and grabbed the little black dog's tail, wanting to lift it up to take a look. However, Zhu Qing slapped his hand away. "What's the big deal about taking a look?" Yang Kai mumbled and didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He looked at Li Jiao and Zhu Lai and said, "Since you've found him, let's set off for Yin Wind Mountain." Li Jiao asked, "What kind of place is Yinfeng Mountain?" Yang Kai said, "If you want to leave this world, that's the only exit." Li Jiao's spirit was immediately shaken as he stood up energetically. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly." Among the people present, his cultivation was not the lowest. After all, there was Yang Kai, who was at the bottom. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Moreover, he was eroded by the demonic qi and felt uncomfortable all over. He could not wait to leave this damned place as soon as possible. "Let's go." Yang Kai summoned his flowing cloud shuttle as he spoke. Zhu Qing walked in with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also entered the shuttle with a smile on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and looked not far away. "Do you want to come in?" "Me." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, an expression of disdain on his face. Anyone who had just been beaten up would not be in a good mood, let alone in the dragon race. "Forget it if you don't want to come." Yang Kai curled his lips and did not insist. In any case, he had already invited them, so they could not blame him if they did not want to come in. Zhu Lai did not treat him as his brother-in-law, so there was no need for him to warm up to them. He directly entered the shuttle and identified the direction. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he drove the flowing cloud shuttle in the direction of Yin Wind Mountain. The speed of a flying Emperor artifact was extremely fast. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Jiao was very self-aware. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, urging his strength to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. The restlessness in his heart continued to grow. Yang Kai had just encouraged him to go to Zhu Lai for some dragon blood to suppress and expel the demonic qi in his body. Although it sounded unrealistic, he took it seriously. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Dragon blood had divinity and could definitely expel and suppress the demonic qi. For a flood dragon like him, dragon blood had another important function, which was to purify his bloodline. His cultivation had already reached its peak, and there was no hope for him to improve in this lifetime. If he wanted to increase his strength, the only way was to start with his bloodline. Back then, he had narrowly escaped death and brought back a dragon blood flower from the frozen ground. For 300 years, he had continuously used his own blood to cultivate it. When the melon had finally ripened, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Every time he thought about it, he felt his heart ache. At that time, the one who had taken the dragon blood flower from him was Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race. He did not even dare to think about retaliating. However, compared to true and pure dragon blood, the dragon blood flower was simply too weak. If he could obtain a drop of dragon blood, the benefits would be much greater than consuming 100 dragon blood flowers. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for him to control himself. He definitely could not beat Zhu Lai in a fight. He was wondering if he should tell Zhu Lai. Maybe he would agree to give him a drop of dragon blood. With his head full of random thoughts and the demonic qi in his body tumbling, the little black dog raised its head from Zhu Qing's arms and stared at Li Jiao with burning eyes. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, he's following us." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Don't bully him like this in the future. Most people in the dragon race have this kind of temper. He didn't do it on purpose." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Your temper doesn't seem to be like this." Although Zhu Qing was indeed extremely arrogant when they first met, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes, things changed after that. "Only towards you. Who told you to?" Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. I should have known that you weren't a good person. Then why did you keep following me? Yang Kai stuck his face close to her. Zhu Qing reached out and blocked his chest, then shyly gestured to the side. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao, who was meditating, and angrily cursed. If he hadn't known, he wouldn't have let this guy come up. The reincarnation world really wasn't that big. With the flowing cloud shuttle's speed, Yang Kai and the others arrived near the Yin Wind Mountain in just a day. In the distance, a huge ancient castle stood a few hundred kilometers away from a mountain peak. The ancient castle's construction was extremely rough and ferocious. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast that was crawling there, ready to devour people at any time. Outside the ancient castle, there were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the place. There was no plan at all, and the messy buildings formed a special city in this place. Demon Fury City, the gathering point of the demon race in the reincarnation world. The entire Demon Fury City was much larger than the human sovereign city. After all, the Demon Fury City didn't need any barriers to resist the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. The demon race wasn't like the human race. No matter how the laws of the reincarnation world changed, they wouldn't be affected too much. It could even be said that when the laws of the demon territory leaned towards them, they were like fish in water. At this place, the demonic chi outside was already quite dense. Moreover, the demonic chi here had a trace of icy characteristics. It could almost be called the cold demonic chi. It was because the Demon Fury City was close to the foot of the Yin Wind Mountain, and the yin wind blowing from the Yin Wind Mountain had this characteristic. It was bone-chilling and caused people to develop demonic thoughts. The demon race built the Demon Fury City here for the sake of better cultivation. The closer it was to the Yin Wind Mountain, the denser the demonic chi was, and the more suitable it was for the demon race to increase their strength. Hundreds of thousands of years of research allowed them to reduce the influence of the cold as much as possible while absorbing the demonic chi into their bodies, turning it into their capital for growth. When the flowing cloud shuttle broke through the void, many experts in the Devil Fury City naturally sensed it. Numerous figures flew up from the city and hovered in the void. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the Demon Fury City was densely packed with people. There were at least several thousand of them, and there was no lack of Demon King-level existences among them. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped outside the Demon Fury City, and Yang Kai slowly walked out of it. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him as powerful divine consciousness swept over, causing the surrounding void to distort and deform. Yang Kai had a calm expression on his face, and a faint smile on his face. Insolent human, how dare you trespass into my Demon Fury City? You're simply courting death. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kill him, let me do it. I want to suck his yang chi dry and let him die. One demon king after another shouted. No human had ever dared to come to the Demon Fury City so openly, it was simply unreasonable. Many demon kings felt that the dignity of the demon race had been violated, so naturally they couldn't just ignore it. The pitch-black demonic chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sky, turning into a huge black cloud that slowly advanced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and said in a clear voice, "This young master wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range and is just passing by. I have no intention of starting a conflict with you, so if it is convenient, I hope you can accommodate me." Ha ha ha, what did this little brat just say? He wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range? Is he courting death? Everyone says that humans don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. With such little strength, he wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range? This king is going to laugh himself to death. Little brother, why are you courting death? Even we demon kings don't dare approach the Yinfeng mountain range lightly. If you go there, I'm afraid you will die 10 times out of 10. Why don't you stay and chat with elder sister? Elder sister is very lonely here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for elder sister's concern, but I really do want to go to the Yinfeng mountain range, so I can only accept elder sister's kindness. Can I trouble elder sister to tell the other demon kings to let me pass?" The succubus demon who spoke had a faint smile on his face and a pure expression, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. After listening to Yang Kai's words, he asked with a naive expression, "Little brother, why are you going to the Yinfeng mountain range? It is rumored that the Yinfeng mountain range has a way to leave this world, so I want to go look for it." The succubus demon nodded. There is indeed such a rumor, but whether it is true or not, no one can guarantee. It's fine. I'm just giving it a try. If I really can't find a way out, then I'll come back and accompany elder sister. Little brother has a big tool and good skills, so he definitely won't disappoint elder sister. The succubus demon covered her mouth and laughed. Ayaya, what are you saying, little brother? It's really embarrassing. Ari, alright, seeing how sincere you are, elder sister will help you ask, but whether they are willing to let you pass is not something I can control. Chapter 2976. As the succubus demon spoke, he actually turned around and asked in place of Yang Kai. However, the demon kings that were asked all shook their heads and looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead person. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery. The succubus demon turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a regretful expression. Little brother, it's not that this big sister doesn't want to help, but they aren't willing to let you pass. What do you think we should do? Yang Kai grinned and said, no matter what, I still have to thank this big sister. Ian, you should stand to the side. What are you planning to do? The succubus demon was slightly startled. Yang Kai said seriously, since they aren't willing to take the initiative to back away, then we can only use force. Big sister, you look so delicate and weak, so it's best if you stand a bit further away to avoid accidentally injuring yourself. The succubus demon was dumbfounded when he heard this. He felt that Yang Kai's words were extremely absurd. A mere low-rank demon king was actually spouting nonsense here. Was he not tired of living? However, seeing that his expression was extremely sincere, the succubus demon cautiously asked, are you saying, you want to fight? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and immediately started fighting. With a raise of his hand, the simple and unadorned mountains and rivers bell appeared. An extremely ancient and desolate aura spread out with a bang, and the profound patterns on the bell flickered with light. A force that could suppress all things descended from the sky, like an invisible heavy hammer smashing down. Sensing this suppressive force, many of the demon race's powerhouses in the air paled. This was because under this suppressive force, they felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. Their blood and chi surged, and they couldn't breathe properly. Their bodies involuntarily began to fall. Some of the weaker demon commanders coughed up blood and began to dance in the air. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stabilize themselves and began to fall one after another. Even those demon kings with profound cultivations found it difficult to move freely. They had no choice but to use secret techniques to break free from the restraints of this suppressive force. The mountains and rivers' bell suddenly grew in size and directly pressed down from the sky. The huge shadow of the bell covered the light in front of several demon kings. Amidst their panicked screams, the bell swallowed them like the mouth of a giant beast. With a loud bang, the mountains and rivers' bell fell to the ground, and the entire Devil's Wrath city shook 3 times. Many of the buildings that weren't very sturdy collapsed in an instant. The entire place was silent as the eyes of all the members of the demon race were filled with shock as they stared blankly at the huge bell. Below the bell, there should be several demon king with high cultivation being suppressed, one of which could even be ranked in the top 10 of the entire demon rage city. However, such a powerful demon king didn't even have time to react in the face of such a terrifying attack. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The answer would be revealed soon. Yang Kai formed a seal and the mountains and rivers' bell shrank and flew back to his hand, leaving behind several mutilated corpses on the ground. Each corpse looked like a biscuit, as if someone had rolled their corpses with a rolling pin. Gasps rang out as the faces of all the members of the demon race changed. The demon kings who had previously ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't say a word, only fear spreading in their hearts. Every member of the demon race unconsciously stepped back, wanting to open up the distance between them and Yang Kai. A casual attack from him had such power. Who in Devil's Wrath City could stand against him? Even the most powerful demon king couldn't do this. If they really provoked this person to start a massacre here, it was likely that the entire Devil's Wrath city would be destroyed. Ha ha! The succubus demon who had spoken earlier turned pale as she swallowed her saliva and said, "Little brother, you're really bad. You actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger to scare others. Big sister was almost scared to death by you." She squeezed out a smile on her face, but it was uglier than crying. Her voice was trembling, obviously she was extremely scared. Although she was a demon king, her strength was only in the lower tier of the entire Devil's Wrath city. If that attack had been used on her, she definitely wouldn't have had a good end. Only now did she realize that this harmless smiling human actually possessed such destructive power. Yang Kai held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and shook his head. "Big sister, what you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" The succubus demon's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had said something wrong and was in for a bad time. She glanced at the small bell in horror, her body couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai sternly said, "I never said that I wasn't a tiger, so how could I pretend to be one?" Yes, that's exactly the reason." The succubus demon repeatedly agreed. "They were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, looking down on us like dogs. They deserved to die." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Big sister really knows how to chat. I can't help but want to chat with Big sister for a while longer. Ayaya, what should I do? I still have urgent matters to attend to." "Ha ha." The succubus demon's face stiffened as she turned to the side and said, "Since you have urgent matters to attend to, then go quickly. Don't delay the time." "Fine." Yang Kai nodded, "Then this young master will take his leave first. Now, no one wants to stop me, right?" The succubus demon shook her head and said, "Naturally, no one is blind." The many demon kings all wore solemn expressions, but none of them dared to speak casually. They were afraid that if they spoke too much, they would provoke that human again and kill a few more of them. "That's good." Yang Kai winked at the succubus demon. "Big sister, you don't have to be so sad and worried. This young master might come back again. When that time comes, I'll definitely talk with Big sister through the candlelight and let Big sister experience this little brother's charm." "How am I sad and worried?" The succubus demon cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. She was feeling very uncomfortable inside. The group of demon kings also had ugly expressions. Yang Kai's words made their hearts jump. They only wanted this guy to quickly get lost and die in the ill-wind mountains. How could they hope for him to come back and kill them? Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. Otherwise, these demon kings might really go crazy. The flowing cloud shuttle once again tore through the sky, heading straight for the ill-wind mountains a few hundred li away. The succubus demon fiercely breathed out. She felt that her entire body was drenched in sweat. When the cold wind blew, her entire body felt cold. Many pairs of eyes looked at her. The succubus demon gritted her teeth and said, "What are you all looking at me for? I didn't kill them." "You shouldn't have said so much to him." A powerful demon king coldly snorted. Demon Fury City had never lost so much face before. Not only had someone barge into their city, but he had even killed a few demon kings without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, no one was able to stop that human's violence. The demon race had lost all face. Naturally, they needed someone to take the blame for this. And the succubus demon, who was the only one who had come in contact with Yang Kai, was the best and only choice. "How can you blame me for this?" The succubus demon screamed, feeling that she had been wronged. If you had talked to him properly, Demon Fury City wouldn't have suffered such an unexpected calamity. The succubus demon looked at the demon king in a daze. She never thought that this would be the reason for her being scolded. "Chem. Someone else is coming." The demon king turned its head and saw a handsome red-haired young man walking over. His expression was gloomy and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that he was worried about something. He had barged into Demon Fury City without the slightest scruple, treating all the demon race powerhouses as if they were nothing. It was as if he had entered his own backyard. The demon king was enraged. Demon Fury City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years. When had it ever been looked down upon like this? The human who had barged in before was fine. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, his treasure was shockingly powerful. Who did this guy think he was? He signaled with his eyes, and many of the demon race powerhouses immediately flew into the air to block the red-haired young man's path. Zhu Lai stopped and coldly swept his gaze forward. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The matter between Zhu Qing and Yang Kai had made him extremely annoyed, but what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't know how to deal with it in the future. He had nowhere to vent his anger, but now someone had come knocking on his door. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. He calmly asked, "Who is the strongest here?" This question was a bit strange, but many of the demon race powerhouses still subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and sturdy man with a monstrous demonic qi stepped forward and said in a thunderous voice, "This King Hao Fei, who are you?" It was the guy who had reprimanded the succubus demon. Among all the demon kings, he was recognized as the strongest. He was only one step away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a demon saint. He was confident that he could make a breakthrough within 100 years. As long as he could become a demon saint, he could launch a large-scale attack on the human sovereign city and change the situation in the reincarnation world that had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. He could enslave the humans and turn this world into the backyard of the demon race. He had the ambition and the potential to do so. Just now, Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to unleash a terrifying attack. He had thought about it for a moment and estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, so he had swallowed his pride. But now, he couldn't be a coward. The demon race were warlike and worshipped the strong. If he didn't answer, he would be looked down upon by his people, which would be detrimental to his own cultivation. He secretly made up his mind to humiliate this red-haired young man and let him know the strength of the strongest powerhouse in Demon Fury City. He looked ahead disdainfully, his eyes empty, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Zhu Lai lightly spat out a single word, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a streak of fire and crashed towards the demon king called Hao Fei like a meteor. His movements were as fast as lightning. Hao Fei's expression changed. When Zhu Lai made his move, he instinctively felt the strength of his opponent. He hurriedly activated his demonic qi to resist. Roar tilde tilde tilde, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out, causing pain to one's eardrums. This dragon's roar seemed to contain an extremely strange power. When it entered Hao Fei's ears, it actually caused the demonic qi in his body to pause and show signs of dispersing. He was shocked and quickly stabilized his mind. But at this moment, his vision suddenly turned fiery red. It was as if the entire world was burning, and an incomparably large dragon head suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Those majestic dragon eyes looked down at him from above, causing Hao Fei's entire body to stiffen and his hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2977. In the blink of an eye, Hao Fei's body shook and froze in place. The sound of something shattering came from inside his body. Zhu Lai's whereabouts were revealed behind Hao Fei. He exhaled softly, and his mood suddenly became much better. He coldly snorted and ignored the other demon race members. He chased after Hao Fei. No one tried to stop him, and no one dared to. It wasn't until a long time after Zhu Lai had left that a demon called out Hao Fei's name softly, but he didn't get a response. Hao Fei was frozen in midair as if he had been immobilized. His expression and eyes didn't change in the slightest, like a lifelike statue. "Master Hao Fei! Master Hao Fei!" The succubus demon boldly walked forward and touched Hao Fei. With a boom, Hao Fei's entire body exploded. He turned into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Screams and gasps filled the air. Every demon's eyes trembled as they stared at the blood mist in the air. They almost thought that they were dreaming. The number one expert of Rage Devil City, the famous Lord Hao Fei, was actually dead. He had been killed by a red-haired young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no member of the demon race would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them, so they had no choice but to believe it. Compared to the scene of the human using a treasure to kill several demon kings, the demon race was even more shocked that Hao Fei had been killed in one move. After the shock, there was confusion. Who was that red-haired young man? What was that human's background? They had never heard of such a strong person in the human sovereign city. If those two were really from the human sovereign city, then the demon race wouldn't have a place in the reincarnation world. They would have been exterminated a long time ago. The Devil's Fury City had suffered a series of great changes. First, a few devil kings had died, and then, the strongest master of the clan had actually disappeared without a trace. The entire Devil's Fury City was suddenly shrouded in a layer of shadow, and every devil race was in a state of panic, fearing that the two fellows would come back and kill them. If that really happened, no one in the Devil's Fury City would be able to stop them. They won't live for long. A demon king shouted. They went to Ill Wind Mountain, a place of certain death. They won't come back, so there's nothing to worry about. When these words were said, many members of the demon race were shocked. They remembered that Yang Kai had said that he would go to Ill Wind Mountain to find a way to leave this place. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in a hopeless situation. The demon race was no longer as frightened. However, this time, Demon Fury City had suffered heavy losses. Although not many of their clansmen had died, all of them were demon kings. Among them, one was the strongest person, and another was ranked in the top 10. If this news were to spread to the human sovereign city, the humans there would become restless. For a time, many members of the demon race were anxious. About 1,000 meters down the middle of Yin Wind Mountain, Yang Kai and the others stopped, all of them wearing dignified expressions. Previously, he had used the flowing cloud shuttle to fly all the way here, but he couldn't go any further after thousands of feet. He had no choice but to walk out of the flowing cloud shuttle and endure the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain. He took the lead, Zhu Qing hugged the little black dog in the middle, and Li Jiao brought up the rear. After advancing for thousands of feet like this, Yang Kai actually felt like he couldn't go any further. Ill Wind Mountain was truly worthy of its name. The ancient books in the human sovereign city only recorded a drop in the ocean about it. Yang Kai had tried his best to overestimate the dangers of Ill Wind Mountain, but he had still underestimated it. There were no other obstacles on this mountain, only the constant cold demonic qi blowing down from the top of the mountain. This cold demonic qi not only contained the unique frigid cold of the frozen earth, but also the dense demonic qi of the demon territory. When the two were mixed together, they complemented each other and multiplied their power. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was strong, he was still unable to resist the raging cold demonic qi. His emperor qi leaked out like a flood from a broken dam, and after just advancing 1,000 feet, he was already exhausted. Looking up, the fog was so thick that it was impossible to tell where the top of the mountain was. "Let me do it," Zhu Qing said. Yang Kai nodded and did not insist, retreating behind Zhu Qing, allowing her to take the lead while he took the opportunity to take a spirit pill to restore his strength. In such an environment, it was the most difficult for those in the lead because most of the cold demonic qi blowing down from the top of the mountain would be resisted by those in the lead, while those behind would only need to pay a small price to keep up. Li Jiao, who was at the back of the group, was pale and showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai, a fawning expression on his face. In terms of resistance to this cold demonic qi, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as his, whether it was his dragon race bloodline or the pure demonic qi sealed in his body, he had a unique resistance to this cold demonic qi. The same was true for Zhu Qing. The bloodline of a ninth-order red dragon was not to be trifled with. The dragon race was born with a powerful resistance to all kinds of forces, which was directly proportional to the strength of their bloodline. Therefore, if Li Jiao wanted to leave this world through Yin Wind Mountain, he had to rely on the strength of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. He was afraid that he would be left behind and felt uneasy in the depths of his heart. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. While circulating his secret art to dissolve the effects of the spirit pill, he silently observed the changes in the cold demonic qi, just in case. Zhu Qing suddenly let out a low cry, as if she had discovered something extremely unexpected. Yang Kai asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Bow wow, it's..." Yang Kai hurriedly looked over and immediately revealed a surprised expression. He saw that the little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms had actually opened its mouth and moved against the flow of the cold demonic qi. A large amount of cold demonic qi was swallowed into its stomach, greatly reducing the resistance that everyone felt. As if it had felt the gazes of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, it actually shook its head proudly and opened its mouth even wider. With the resistance reduced, Zhu Qing, who was walking at the very front, was almost unable to feel the interference of the cold demonic qi, and her speed suddenly increased by a lot. "This beast is truly miraculous." Li Jiao hurriedly flattered, a fawning expression on his face as he said, "I wonder where Palace Master Yang found such a divine beast. His luck is truly not shallow." Yang Kai leisurely turned his head and glanced at him. "Brother Li is full of energy. If you have the leisure to chat, you might as well take the lead." Of course," Li Jiao submissively replied, wanting to slap his own mouth. The little black dog's miraculous display allowed the speed of the group of three to suddenly increase by a lot. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had advanced more than 1,000 feet without any difficulty. The little black dog had a special fondness for demonic qi and monsters. Although the cold demonic qi of this Yin Wind mountain had undergone some changes, it was still the same, which was exactly what it loved. If they could continue like this, they might really be able to easily reach the top of the mountain. After 1,000 feet, Zhu Qing, who had been silently observing the little black dog situation, suddenly said, "Yang Kai, I'm afraid Bow Wow won't be able to hold on for much longer." When Yang Kai heard this, he looked at the little black dog and saw that there was indeed something wrong with it. It was no longer as relaxed as before and instead seemed to be holding on with great difficulty. Its large mouth was suddenly opening and closing, as if it could return to its original state at any time. A layer of visible frost had appeared on its pitch-black body as it curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and shivered. The place where Zhu Qing came into contact with it was also covered in frost. Although the frost was thin, it exuded an unimaginably cold aura, as if it could freeze all things. Without any warning, the little black dog had reached its limit and its large mouth suddenly returned to its original state. The all-encompassing cold demonic qi had no outlet to vent, and it swept from top to bottom. As soon as Zhu Qing came into contact with it, she cried out in alarm. The power of the dragon race suddenly erupted and a huge red dragon phantom appeared, wrapping around her and Yang Kai. Catcher. The red dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before cracks appeared on its surface. It was like a cracked mirror that was about to shatter. "Not good, retreat quickly." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's waist, lightly tapping his foot and quickly retreating downwards. Li Jiao's reaction was also extremely fast. Seeing Yang Kai so panicked, he immediately knew that danger was approaching and that it was not something he could resist, so he turned around and ran. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up the mountain. The three of them spent a lot of effort to walk a distance of 1,000 feet, but in the blink of an eye, they had already retreated. They ran into Zhu Lai, who was resisting the cold demonic qi, and brushed past him under Zhu Lai's dumbfounded gaze. A short while later, at the foot of Ill Wind Mountain, the three of them looked up with lingering fear. No matter who it was, a layer of cold qi had condensed on the surface of their bodies. This cold qi was like maggots that could not be easily dispelled. It was so cold that the energy in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and their bodies were stiff. The little black dog situation was especially serious. It curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and didn't move. Its entire body was wrapped in a ball of ice as if it was already dead. No matter how Zhu Qing called out to it, it didn't respond. "Don't worry, it's very tough, it won't die so easily," Yang Kai comforted, but he wasn't confident in his heart. However, the little black dog was attacked by the 10 great emperors last time and was almost in a state of near death, but it still survived in the end. Although the situation this time wasn't too optimistic, it was still slightly better than the last time. Zhu Qing nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. She held the little black dog in her arms and didn't let go. She urged the power of the dragon Yuan to dissolve the cold demonic qi that had invaded her body and nourished the little black dog's body, hoping for a miracle to happen. Li Jiao was the same as well. He sat down while shivering and silently circulated his profound art. The corrosion of the cold qi just now almost made him smell the scent of death. Thinking back to it now, he still felt lingering fear. Zhu Lai also returned. Looking at the situation of the few people, he frowned slightly and stood to the side, not saying a word. He didn't go too deep like the others. The path he walked was still within the range of his endurance, so he wasn't injured. It was just that he consumed a lot of energy. He still didn't know why Yang Kai and the others were able to walk so far ahead of him. The cold air blowing from the Yin Wind Mountain was on a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in the frozen earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the cold qi of the cold wind mountain lived up to its reputation as the frozen earth forbidden land. Even if he was an 8th rank giant dragon, he had already reached his limit. If he went any further, he would definitely be frostbitten. Yang Kai glanced at him and forced a smile. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. With Zhu Lai here to protect him, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. Although he didn't have a good relationship with this brother-in-law of his, as a member of the dragon race, this silly boy was still trustworthy. Chapter 2978. It took Yang Kai 4 hours to get rid of the cold that had invaded his meridians and flesh. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Zhu Lai was still standing to the side, motionless. Although Zhu Qing was safe and sound, she was helping the black puppy to get rid of the cold, and he didn't know how long she would take. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, Zhu Qing raised her head and said, "It's not a big deal. It just needs some time." Yang Kai nodded gently, not surprised. Ever since Gong Yu activated the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, the black puppy's vitality had become unbelievably tenacious. It could be said that it was all thanks to the black puppy that they were able to walk so far on Illwind Mountain. In that position, even Yang Kai and Zhu Qing couldn't have done better. Therefore, when Yang Kai found that the black puppy couldn't hold on, he immediately pulled Zhu Qing and escaped. Strictly speaking, the black puppy's strength wasn't very strong, because it only emitted the aura of a 5th or 6th rank monster beast from the beginning to the end. A monster beast of this level could be found anywhere in the astral boundary, and it wasn't a rare existence at all. However, it was this 5th or 6th rank monster beast that could contend with 10 venerable sovereigns by itself, swallow a demon king alive, and swallow the ill wind that gave Yang Kai and Zhu Qing a headache, and carry them forward for a long time on Illwind Mountain. Level and strength, which had boundaries, seemed to be completely meaningless to the black puppy. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it was harmless to humans and animals, but when it was strong, even gods and ghosts would avoid it. The black puppy's bizarre performance made Yang Kai feel that if they wanted to leave the reincarnation world through Illwind Mountain, they might have to pin their hopes on the black puppy. Yang Kai had experienced the horror of the ill demonic qi, and he didn't think that he could reach the top of Illwind Mountain with his own ability. Zhu Qing and her brother probably couldn't do it either. That kind of cold that could extinguish all life was not something they could withstand. If it was so easy to leave the reincarnation world, someone in the human sovereign city would have done it a long time ago. No one would have been able to leave this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, he could only start with the black puppy. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Demon Rage City, frowning for a moment before saying, "Qing I'll be back soon." Then, without waiting for Zhu Qing's response, he flew over. After walking for a short while, he suddenly felt that someone was following behind him. When he turned his head to look, he saw Zhu Lai chasing after him with a solemn expression. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and slowed down. When he caught up, he snorted, "You want to kill me? You're quite brave." Yang Kai did not realize this at this moment. Although Zhu Lai's expression was solemn, there was no murderous intent. However, when he was meditating to heal his wounds, he suddenly sensed the murderous intent in Zhu Lai's heart. That murderous intent was very well hidden. At that time, other than Zhu Lai, he, Zhu Qing, and Li Jiao were the only ones present. Zhu Qing was his sister, so it was naturally impossible for her to have any murderous intent. If it was because of Li Jiao, Zhu Lai would have already made a move without any hesitation. What did it matter if he killed someone in the dragon race? If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill them. Who could do anything to him? Therefore, there was only one person who could cause Zhu Lai to have murderous intent. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was not easy to point it out in front of Zhu Qing, so there was no need to hide it now. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most frightening. Most schemes and plots would not be able to withstand a single blow if they were put on the table. Since you noticed, then there is no need to hide it. Zhu Lai freely admitted. After all, when one's cultivation reached this level, there were some things that could not be hidden once revealed. He said with a sullen face, "That's right, I want to kill you. If possible, I would have already killed you." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not stop moving and flew up side by side with Zhu Lai. However, the two maintained a subtle distance between them. He said in a cold voice, "You better give me a good reason. Otherwise, even if you are Zhu Qing's younger brother, I will not let you go." If it was before, it would not have mattered if Zhu Lai wanted to kill him. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other before. However, it was different now. With Zhu Qing's relationship, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the two of them had some connection. Yang Kai could not tolerate Zhu Lai suddenly acting like this for no reason. It was not a big deal for him to mess around with Zhu Lai. If it was a real life and death battle, then the one who would be in the most trouble would definitely be Zhu Qing. Yang Kai did not want to see that kind of situation, so he had to get to the bottom of it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, "It is because I am her younger brother that I want to kill you." What kind of bullshit reason is that? Yang Kai glared at him. "You don't understand. The reason why I followed you here is to tell you that if you can leave this world, you better stay away from Zhu Qing. Don't expose the relationship between you two. Of course, if you can't leave this world, then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." He had a serious look on his face, as if he would start a fight if Yang Kai did not agree. Yang Kai was instantly angered by him and said, "Silly boy, you don't have the right to say this. If Zhu Qing really has any ideas, she will naturally tell me." Zhu Lai shouted, "It is because Zhu Qing won't say it that I have to say it for her." Yang Kai sized him up and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Who are you to say this? The dragon race on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing's younger brother?" Zhu Lai said in a low voice, "Does it matter?" "Yes." Yang Kai grinned and clenched his fists. He replied, "If it is the former, then I will beat you up. If it is the latter, then I will still beat you up." Zhu Lai said angrily, "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. There is a difference between beating and crippling. Killing and crippling is one kind, and giving a small punishment is another. Which one do you prefer? Zhu Lai shook his head seriously. "I will not argue with you. I only ask you one thing. If you can leave this world and part ways with Zhu Qing, it will be good for both you and her." For a member of the dragon race, being able to say the word ask was already the limit. How could the proud leader of all creatures lower himself to ask someone else? If it was not for the fact that he was no match for Yang Kai, Zhu Lai would have killed him when he was unprepared. Why would he waste so much time talking to him? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although I can feel your concern for Zhu Qing, you have used it in the wrong place. I am sorry, I will not agree to what you said, and I will not even consider it. Zhu Qing is my person. She is today, tomorrow, and always will be, unless I die one day. Do you understand?" Zhu Lai said expressionlessly, "If Zhu Qing hears your sweet words, she will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I will say whatever I want to say. Unfortunately, you will cause Zhu Qing's death, and you will also cause your own death. Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? Dragon Island won't allow her to be with me. If this news spreads out, it will only cause a lot of trouble." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race?" "You know?" Zhu Lai frowned slightly. You don't even admit it when I say that you are stupid. Yang Kai sneered. I can infer what the Dragon Island is like from your stupid look. It will be strange if the Dragon Island will allow Zhu Qing to be with me. If the news of Zhu Qing and I being together is spread to the Dragon Island, I am afraid that the Dragon Island will immediately send more members of the dragon race to suppress me, right? They might even forcefully bring Zhu Qing back to the Dragon Island to be punished, and lock her up for life. Did Zhu Qing tell you all this? Zhu Lai was completely dumbfounded, because what Yang Kai said was exactly what he expected. A 9th rank red dragon was actually willing to submit herself to a lowly human. If this news is spread to the Dragon Island, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The Dragon Island will definitely send experts to suppress Yang Kai, and forcefully bring Zhu Qing back. As for whether she will be locked up for life, that will depend on Zhu Qing's performance in the future. Yang Kai curled his lips and tapped his own head. He said, such a simple thing, it is easy to guess. Your Dragon Island has been passed down for so long, the longer your Dragon Island is passed down, the more pedantic you become. With such a great reputation, and such a high opinion of yourself, how can you allow your clansmen to submit themselves to a human? Isn't this a humiliation to your dragon race? It is even worse than defecating and peeing on your head. Exactly. Zhu Lai nodded heavily. Since you already know, why are you still so stubborn? You already know that you will die one day, so why are you still alive? Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. Zhu Lai was slightly startled. He felt that what Yang Kai said made some sense, but something didn't feel right. Yang Kai snorted and said, I don't have too many good points, I just like to cover up my shortcomings. Zhu Qing is already one of my people. If the Dragon Island really wants to bully her, don't blame me for not giving her family any face. So don't say such things again in the future. You and I are both close to her. If we have a conflict, it will only make things difficult for her. I think you don't want to see that scene either, right? Zhu Lai frowned tightly. He nodded lightly, then slowly shook his head. It was unknown whether he agreed or not. Yang Kai continued, but then again, the matter between me and Zhu Qing is only known by you and Li Jiao. If you don't tell the Dragon Island, how will the Dragon Island find out? Zhu Lai said solemnly, this matter is of great importance, how can I not report it? I hate people who like to snitch the most. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Whatever you say, this is the principle. The matter between you and Zhu Qing has already broken the rules of the Dragon Island. If I don't report it, the matter will only become more serious. You really can't hide it. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Lai shook his head firmly. I will remember you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. You don't understand. Zhu Lai sighed lightly. Although the Dragon Island has a great reputation and a long history, in any era, the number of our dragon race is extremely small. A dragon race with pure dragon race bloodline is even more precious. In order to ensure that the bloodline of the dragon race is passed down, the Dragon Island must have its own rules, and if anyone breaks this rule, they will definitely have to pay an extremely heavy price. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He didn't express his opinion and said unhurriedly, although the Dragon Island has a long history, it doesn't mean that it won't last forever. Even the Dragon Island is no exception. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.